Every graceful movement of this dance has a special meaning. I've had the best shower of my life. Explored the most tranquil forest that make me hear my own heartbeat. Every single thing of this place make my heart tied up with love. Just like what it did to her.
What will you do when I leave?
I gonna miss you. This is for you. Dipakai ya, jangan hilang.
I love it. Terima kasih. She's like the sister I never had.
I understand the meaning of her words now. A journey is about connection, interaction, mutual respect. It's about each other. Not only about receiving, but also about giving. Now I need to find the connection. The woman that she always talk about.
Ini kamu dapat dari mana?
Oh, di sini. This one was given by my mother.
Kamu sudah tepat datang kemari. Nah, tujuan kamu ada beberapa kilo lagi dari sini. Kamu bisa jalan agak berapa kilo lagi ke pesisir. Kamu akan jumpa dengan orang yang ngasih kalung ke mama kamu.
Excuse me. You know where is this place?
Lurus, belok kanan, situlah tempatnya.
Oh, okay, thank you. This is the journey between me and my mom to find another home.
Selamat sore, Ibu.
Siapa itu?
Do you remember this?
Oh iya ya. Seren ya?
Yeah, I'm her son.
Yuk ke rumah.
Yeah, it's been so long. I've been traveling all around you.
Under the starlight, we'll find our way, I know.
This is what Aceh has given me. A beautiful place with clear blue water and a diamond bright sands. Where kindness and comfort always here for me. A place that I call home. This is my first time in Aceh, and I know it won't be the last.
The light of Aceh, wonderful Indonesia.
Aceh semakin memantapkan diri sebagai destinasi utama wisata halal kelas dunia. Memberikan kepercayaan diri untuk terus terdepan dalam menghelat event pariwisata dengan branding The Light of Aceh. Namun, wabah COVID-19 menggantungkan sejenak optimisme yang ada. Segala lini terdampak akan wabah ini. Pariwisata terpukul. Keadaan diperparah oleh beberapa musibah lainnya di Aceh. Namun, Indonesia telah menyatakan tekad untuk menuju sebuah situasi baru. Hidup berdampingan dengan COVID-19, menjalani rutinitas dengan harmoni, menuju sebuah kenormalan baru.
Pesona wisata alam dan budaya Aceh siap menyambut kembali kunjungan wisatawan. Pintu masuk destinasi wisata Aceh akan dibuka kembali. Ini menjadi sinyal positif bahwa kegiatan wisata akan kembali bangkit dan menggeliat. Mari kita saling menjaga dan mendisiplinkan diri dalam menerapkan protokol kesehatan bagi setiap wisatawan dan pelaku industri pariwisata.
Jadikan era new normal sebagai awal mula meraih harapan baru. Menggerakkan kembali sektor pariwisata. Menyajikan kembali bakat pelaku seni luar biasa di Aceh dengan pegelaran seni budaya dan tradisi yang sangat beragam, adat istiadat yang khas, tarian-tarian yang berkelas dunia. Manjakan pula mata Anda dengan menyaksikan pesona alam bawah laut di Aceh. Panorama pegunungan dan danau yang sangat indah. Serta keelokan ekowisata endemik yang tak banyak dimiliki oleh belahan dunia yang lain. Dan tentu saja atraksi yang luar biasa dan melengkapi decak kagum. Atau sensasi rempah khas Aceh yang membalur makanan khas tradisional nan nikmat yang akan menggoyang lidah Anda.
Meskipun pandemi global COVID-19 belum berakhir, namun saat ini kita seluruh rakyat Aceh sedang bersiap untuk melaksanakan tatanan kehidupan baru. Berbagai aspek kehidupan akan kita jalani dengan disertai penerapan protokol pencegahan penularan COVID-19 dengan sangat konsisten dan dengan disiplin. Mari kita tingkatkan kinerja dan produktivitas dengan tetap waspada. Jaga jarak, cuci tangan, dan selalu menggunakan masker, serta selalu berdoa kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
Mari jadikan era new normal sebagai momen membangkitkan kembali pariwisata kita. Sembari terus menerapkan protokol kesehatan dan mengawasi proses tersebut bersama-sama. Jadikan new normal untuk menikmati pesona alam domestik bersama-sama orang-orang terdekat. Ada banyak spot di Aceh yang dapat dinikmati dengan tetap menjarakkan diri dari ancaman pandemi. Aceh bersiap menanti kedatangan Anda kembali. Like, love, and share Aceh. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
Have you heard this story about a beautiful...
I want to tell you the best journey of my life.
Now I'm in Rangit Kecil, this beautiful beautiful, amazing island. Just look around me. Amazing, beautiful. I'm so happy to come here. And beside me, I have this amazing lighthouse. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
This is the first woman I loved.
I love this place. So many palm trees.
She's the one who introduced me to this place, to let me find an answer. I think this is the time to let the adventure begin.
Hey, penutupan Anda.
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
You can come with us, tapi kamu harus lanjut lagi pakai kapal.
Can I join you?
Oke.
Okay, thank you.
I met good people along the way. Their kindness really moved me.
Bang Manap, ini ada kebetulan ini mau ke pulau. Tolong diantar lah.
Hello. Hi, nice to meet you, Matt.
Come on, mari.
Goodbye. See you.
Along the journey, I can see why my mom was so in love with this place. My whole sense awakened by this incredible nature. And the people who are sincere can be seen and felt.
Ikan.
Got good.
I learned that behind every graceful movement of this dance has a special meaning. I've had the best shower of my life. Explored the most tranquil forest that make me hear my own heartbeat. Every single thing of this place make my heart tied up with love. Just like what it did to her.
What will you do when I leave?
I'm gonna miss you. This is for you. Dipakai ya, jangan hilang.
I love it. Terima kasih. She's like the sister I never had.
I understand the meaning of her words now. A journey is about connection, interaction, mutual respect. It's about each other. Not only about receiving, but also about giving. Now I need to find the connection. The woman that she always talk about.
Ini yang kamu dapat dari mana?
Oh, di sini. This one was given by my mother.
Kamu sudah tepat datang kemari. Nah, tujuan kamu ada beberapa kilo lagi dari sini. Kamu bisa jalan agak berapa kilo lagi ke pesisir. Kamu akan jumpa dengan orang yang ngasih kalung ke mama kamu.
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
Lurus, belok kanan, situlah tempatnya.
Oh, okay, thank you.
This is the journey between me and my mom to find another home.
Selamat sore, Ibu.
Siapa itu?
Do you remember this?
Oh, iya, iya. Seren ya?
Yeah, I'm her son.
Yuk, ke rumah.
Yeah, it's been so long. I've been traveling all around you.
Under the starlight, we'll find our way. I know
This is what Aceh has given me. A beautiful place with clear blue water and a diamond bright sands. Where kindness and comfort always here for me. A place that I call home. This is my first time in Aceh, and I know it's won't be the last.
The light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi salam lentuju Bandung Masyadara, Bandung pemirsa dan para tamu yang kami menyatu dalam acara. Karena salam nabikin sunat jarotamu mat syarat mulia, mulia ware ranu pelampuan, mulia rakan mameh suara. Salam alaikum jami barodo tamangga api.
Universitas Samudra mulai dirintis pendiriannya sejak tahun 1963, ketika itu bernama Al-Jamiatul Wasliyah. Pada tahun 1971, beberapa tokoh masyarakat dan pemerintah daerah Aceh Timur bekerjasama untuk membuka perguruan tinggi bernama Pendidikan Samudra. Dan akhirnya pada tahun 2013, berdasarkan peraturan Presiden nomor 37 tahun 2013, Universitas Samudra ditetapkan sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri. Universitas Samudra atau dikenal dengan UNSAM berlokasi tepat di Jalan Merendeh, Kecamatan Langsa Lama, Kota Langsa, dengan luas kampus 495.000 meter persegi. Semua kegiatan mahasiswa juga didukung dengan adanya sarana kampus yang memadai dan didukung oleh infrastruktur teknologi informasi dan juga sistem pembelajaran didukung oleh perpustakaan yang dimiliki Universitas Samudra. Laboratorium di lingkungan Universitas Samudra memiliki fungsi dengan penyelenggaraan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat bagi mahasiswa, dosen, dan masyarakat umum. Melalui program-program terbaiknya yang mampu memenuhi tuntutan masyarakat saat ini, Universitas Samudra memiliki 5 fakultas dan 25 program studi. Di antaranya Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan. Di antaranya Fakultas Ekonomi dengan program studi akuntansi, manajemen, ekonomi pembangunan. Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi ilmu hukum. Fakultas Pertanian dengan program studi budidaya perairan, agroteknologi, agribisnis. Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan dengan program studi pendidikan biologi, pendidikan matematika, pendidikan fisika, pendidikan kimia, pendidikan sejarah, pendidikan geografi, pendidikan olahraga, pendidikan bahasa Indonesia, pendidikan bahasa Inggris, pendidikan guru sekolah dasar. Fakultas Teknik dengan program studi teknik mesin, teknik sipil, teknik industri, teknik informatika, MIPA matematika, MIPA fisika, MIPA kimia, MIPA biologi. Menyadari akan arti penting proses pembelajaran kurikulum dan metode pembelajaran pun terus dikembangkan, mengikuti dinamika kebutuhan para pemangku kepentingan. Saat ini, Universitas Samudra sudah menggunakan metode pembelajaran berbasis student-centered learning, yaitu metode pembelajaran pada mahasiswa untuk terlibat secara aktif dalam mengembangkan pengetahuan, keterampilan, sikap, dan perilaku dengan kurikulum berbasis kompetensi. Dengan dukungan staf pengajar dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional, Universitas Samudra mampu menghasilkan lulusan yang berkarakter dan berdaya saing di kancah pendidikan.
Oh,
Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home, that makes you curious for more adventure. Start your journey. Travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you have never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
I want to tell you the best journey of my life.
Now I'm in Rangit Kecil, this beautiful, amazing island. Just look around me. Amazing, beautiful. I'm so happy to come here. And beside me, I have this amazing lighthouse. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
This is the first woman I loved.
I love this place. So many palm trees.
She's the one who introduced me to this place, to let me find an answer. I think this is the time to let the adventure begin.
Hey, Dek, peruntukan Anda.
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
You can come with us. Tapi kamu harus lanjut lagi pakai kapal.
Can I join you?
Oke.
Okay, thank you.
I met good people along the way. Their kindness really moved.
Bang Manap, ini ada kebetulan ini mau ke pulau. Tolong diantar lah.
Halo, hi, nice to meet you. Matt.
Come on, mari.
Goodbye. See you.
Along the journey, I can see why my mom was so in love with this place. My whole sense awakened by this incredible nature. And the people who are sincere can be seen and felt.
Ikan. Good.
I learned that behind every graceful movement of this dance has a special meaning. I've had the best shower of my life. Explored the most tranquil forest that make me hear my own heartbeat. Every single thing of this place make my heart tied up with love. Just like what it did to her.
What will you do when I leave?
I gonna miss you. This is for you. Dipakai ya, jangan hilang.
I love it. Terima kasih. She's like the sister I never had.
I understand the meaning of her words now. A journey is about connection, interaction, mutual respect. It's about each other. Not only about receiving, but also about giving. Now I need to find the connection. The woman that she always talk about.
Ini kamu dapat dari mana?
Oh, di sini. This one was given by my mother.
Kamu sudah tepat datang kemari. Nah, tujuan kamu ada beberapa kilo lagi dari sini. Kamu bisa jalan agak berapa kilo lagi ke pesisir. Kamu akan jumpa dengan orang yang ngasih kalung ke mama kamu.
Excuse me. You know where is this place?
Lurus, belok kanan, situlah tempatnya.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
This is the journey between me and my mom. To find another home.
Selamat sore, Ibu. Siapa itu?
Do you remember this?
Oh, iya, iya. Siapa? Seren ya?
Yeah, I'm her son.
Yuk, ke rumah.
Yeah, it's been so long. I've been traveling all around you.
Under the starlight, we'll find our way. I know.
This is what Aceh has given me. A beautiful place with clear blue water and a diamond bright sands. Where kindness and comfort always here for me. A place that I call home. This is my first time in Aceh. And I know it won't be the last.
The light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
Aceh semakin memantapkan diri sebagai destinasi utama wisata halal kelas dunia. memberikan kepercayaan diri untuk terus terdepan dalam menghelat event pariwisata dengan branding The Light of Aceh. Namun, wabah COVID-19 menggantungkan sejenak optimisme yang ada. Segala lini terdampak akan wabah ini. Pariwisata terpukul. Keadaan diperparah oleh beberapa musibah lainnya di Aceh. Namun, Indonesia telah menyatakan tekad untuk menuju sebuah situasi baru. Hidup berdampingan dengan COVID-19, menjalani rutinitas dengan harmoni, buah kenormalan baru.
Pesona wisata alam dan budaya Aceh siap menyambut kembali kunjungan wisatawan. Pintu masuk destinasi wisata Aceh akan dibuka kembali. Ini menjadi sinyal positif bahwa kegiatan wisata akan kembali bangkit dan menggeliat. Mari kita saling menjaga dan mendisiplinkan diri dalam menerapkan protokol kesehatan bagi setiap wisatawan dan pelaku industri pariwisata.
Jadikan era new normal sebagai awal mula meraih harapan baru. Menggerakkan kembali sektor pariwisata. Menyajikan kembali bakat pelaku seni luar biasa di Aceh dengan pegelaran seni budaya dan tradisi yang sangat beragam, adat istiadat yang khas, tarian-tarian yang berkelas dunia. Manjakan pula mata Anda dengan menyaksikan pesona alam bawah laut di Aceh. Panorama pegunungan dan danau yang sangat indah. Serta keelokan ekowisata endemik yang tak banyak dimiliki oleh belahan dunia yang lain. Dan tentu saja atraksi yang luar biasa dan melengkapi decak kagum. Atau sensasi rempah khas Aceh yang membalur makanan khas tradisional nan nikmat yang akan menggoyang lidah Anda.
Meskipun pandemi global COVID-19 belum berakhir, namun saat ini kita seluruh rakyat Aceh sedang bersiap untuk melaksanakan tatanan kehidupan baru. Berbagai aspek kehidupan akan kita jalani dengan disertai penerapan protokol pencegahan penularan COVID-19 dengan sangat konsisten dan dengan disiplin. Mari kita tingkatkan kinerja dan produktivitas dengan tetap waspada. Jaga jarak, cuci tangan, dan selalu menggunakan masker, serta selalu berdoa kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
Mari jadikan era new normal sebagai momen membangkitkan kembali pariwisata kita. Sembari terus menerapkan protokol kesehatan dan mengawasi proses tersebut bersama-sama. Jadikan new normal untuk menikmati pesona alam domestik bersama-sama orang-orang terdekat. Ada banyak spot di Aceh yang dapat dinikmati dengan tetap menjarakkan diri dari ancaman pandemi. Aceh bersiap menanti kedatangan Anda kembali. Like, love, and share Aceh. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home. That makes you curious for more. Adventure. Start your journey. Travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you've never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
tes. Mic-nya nggak masuk, Bang. Tes. Oke.
Tes. Mulai, Kak.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, may blessing, mercy, and peace may be upon you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon and good evening. Welcome to the second International Conference on
Science,
Technology and Modern Society
Icstms
2020.
My name's Marina.
And me, Fadlia.
We are going to be the master of your ceremony in this conference for today and tomorrow. This annual conference is organized by Universitas Samudra as a forum of scientific discussion to exchange views and share knowledge and experiences among the internationally participants, presenters, and speakers on science, mathematics, engineering, and science of education.
The theme of our second International Conference on Science, Technology, Icstms 2020 is the reinventing, refocusing science and technology to restore the life of modern society amid the COVID-19 pandemic.
And this conference is usually held at Universitas Samudra venue, but due to the pandemic situation, we decided to hold this year's conference virtually. We feel that despite unfortunate conditions, we should not stop contributing to our society. First of all, we like to send our gratitude and greetings to Director of Universitas Samudra, Bapak Dr. Bahtiar Akub, MPD,
the General Chairman of our second International Conference on Science, Technology, and Modern Society 2020, the Honorable Mr. Teku Muhammad Rida Al-Awal, SPD M. Upling.
And the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Bapak Dr. Saiman, MPD.
The Vice Rector for General and Financial Affairs, Bapak Dr. Insinyur Hamdani, MT.
And the Vice Rector for Student Affairs, Bapak Dr. Bukhari, SPD, MPD.
We would like to greet the keynote speakers as follows. Associate Professor Mr. Robert Amery from the University of Adelaide, Australia.
And Dr. Eng Agus Setiawan, MSI from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Dr. Huai Cheong Ong from University of Technology, Sydney.
Profesor Dr. Azrul Azian Hamzah from University Kebangsaan Malaysia.
Profesor Insinyur Ahmad Junaidi, MURP, PhD from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia.
Would like also to welcome our moderators for the keynote speech sessions. And in the first sessions, we'll have Bapak Teku Muhammad Rida Al-Awal, SPD M. Appling. He is the faculty member of Teacher Training and Education at English Language Education Department.
Mrs. Rahmawati SSEMS, the faculty member of Engineering at Physics Department.
And in the third sessions, we have Bapak Dr. Nasruddin STMT. He is the faculty member of Engineering at Mechanical Department.
The next moderator is Miss Vivi Mardiana, SSEMSE, the faculty member of Engineering at Biology Department.
And the last, we have Ibu Nova Purnama Lisa, STMSC. She is the faculty member of Engineering at Civil Department.
We would like also to welcome our respected presenter and participants. on behalf of the Steering Committee of the Second International Conference on Science, Technology and Modern Society 2020, we would like to welcome you all to Langsa, Aceh, Indonesia in Samudra University.
And to begin with the opening ceremony event, we will listen to the reciting Quran and Dua by Bapak Fahrizal. For Bapak Fahrizal, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kita masuk sekalian karena Indonesia Raya tadi depan.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق. خلق الإنسان من علق. اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم. علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى. كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى أن رآه استغنى. إن إلى ربك الرجعى. إن إلى ربك الرجعى. صدق الله العلي العظيم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم أحسن عاقبتنا في الأمور كلها وأجرنا من خزي الدنيا وعذاب الآخرة. اللهم إنا نسألك رضاك والجنة ونعوذ بك من سخطك والنار. اللهم إنك عفو كريم حليم تحب العفو فاعف عنا يا كريم. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay. Thank you Bapak Farizal for a very beautiful reciting. Then for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to raise and sing our Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
Hadirin dapat duduk kembali. The audience are allowed to have a seat. In the next sessions, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Bapak Teguh Muhammad Rida Al-Awal, SPDM Epling, the General Chairman of the Second International Conference on Science, Technology, and Modern Society, Icstms 2020, to deliver an opening speech. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on screen Mr. Teguh Muhammad Rida Al-Awal, SPDM Epling.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. First of all praise due to Allah, the Lord of the world, the Master and the Creator of everything in this universe. And we specially send our peace and salutation to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has brought us from the darkness to the lightness. My dear keynote speakers, distinguished guests, researchers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the second International Conference on Science, Technology, and Modern Society, Icstms 2020, which is held by Samudra University. I'd like to welcome you all virtually to our beloved university, Samudra University, which is located in the northern tip of Sumatra Islands in the province of Aceh, Indonesia. We are also very honored and delighted to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers that we have today. Associate Professor Robert Amri from University of Adelaide, Australia. Dr. Huai Chiang Ong from University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. Professor Dr. Azrul Azlan Hamzah from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Professor Insinyur Ahmad Junaidi, MURP, PhD from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. And Dr. Eng Agus Setiawan, MSI from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the second Icstms 2020 is organized as a scientific forum where researchers, academicians, and practitioners can share their views and experiences as well as promote networking and studies in the field of science, engineering, mathematics, science education, social sciences, and humanities. The conference has received 156 papers to be published in Scopus Index proceeding. The paper submissions are mostly from lecturers, researchers, and also graduate students from various universities and institutions in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Australia. The success of the second Icstms 2020 is also inseparable from the efforts and goodwill of all committees and parties that are involved in this event. Therefore, on this occasion, I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to all of the committee members and all of the people who have worked really, really hard and indirectly, both directly and indirectly, for this conference and to make this conference a great success. Finally, for all our honored guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attendance and participation. We hope you will find this conference interesting and beneficial, as well as an excellent forum for scientific discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, allow me, on behalf of Samudra University, to wish you a great conference and a great day. Thank you very much. Usikum wa nafsi bitaqwallah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Teku, for a very wonderful speech. Now we move on to the next agenda. It's the keynote session that will be moderated by our moderator. While we are waiting for the first keynote speaker, Mr. Associate Professor Mr. Robert Amery in Australia time, let us watch the next video. Thank you.
heard this story about a beautiful place. A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home. That makes you curious for more. Adventure. Start your journey. Travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you have never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
With us again, by handing over this screen to the moderators. Therefore, the opening ceremony has come to an end. Please enjoy our keynote session.
And our next moderator is Mr. Teku Muhammad Rida Al-Awal SPD MA Pling. And he was graduated from Shah Kuala University at English Language Education Department for a bachelor degree. And then for the master degree, he was graduated from Monash University, Australia. And he had been ever awarded by the scholarship of Indonesian English Language Study Program to South Carolina USA, and had been awarded by Australia Award Scholarship for Master Program, and also for the PhD program by Indonesia Endowment Fund for Education LPDP. And now he is a PhD candidate from the University of Adelaide, South Australia. And please welcome to Mr. Teku Muhammad Rida Al-Awal, SPD MA Pling, and the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The honorable keynote speakers, distinguished guests, fellow students, lecturers, researchers, and all the participants today that have already joined us today. And before we start, I would like to make sure whether Pak Rob has already joined our session today. How are you, Pak Rob?
Yes, I'm here in Adelaide.
Great. How is Adelaide then?
Warming up today, be 40 in the end of the week.
I see. Yeah, it's such a great pleasure. I'm honored to welcome you to our university, Universitas Samudra, and hopefully someday in the future we can, welcome you in person. Yeah. First of all, I'd like to once again to welcome you all to the second international conference on science, technology, and modern society. In this occasion, we shall have outstanding presentation from our prominent keynote speakers, whom I believe shall enrich our insights and knowledge regarding the themes of this conference. All right, Pak Rob, before the presentation, I'd like to rate your profile, a brief descriptions about who is Pak Rob. Before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce our first keynote speakers for today. Associate Professor Robert Amri is the head of linguistics in the School of Humanities, University of Adelaide, Australia. He has been working in linguistics in the early 1980s, primarily with Australian languages, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander languages. For much of his professional career, he has worked intensively with the Ghana language, the indigenous language of Adelaide and the Adelaide Plains. And in July 2016, he traveled to Aceh, Indonesia, to conduct a language survey of Pulau Banyak and Pulau Simulu, the islands of the southwest coast of Aceh, close to the epicenter of the 2004 tsunami. The survey was undertaken together with Dr. Zulfadli Aziz from University of Shah Kuala in Banda Aceh, and this work is supported by a language documentation grant from the ARC Center of Excellence for the Dynamics of Language. And today, Pak Rob will deliver a speech about, with the title, The Genius of Language, Why We Should Document, Maintain, and Revive Minority Languages. So, for all of the participants, if you guys have any questions, you can write it down on the chats, and at the end of the session, I'm going to read it out, and then we are going to discuss at the end of the session. So the session is going to be around 30 minutes for the keynote speaker and 15 minutes for question and answers. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome our first keynote speakers, Professor Robert Amri from University of Adelaide. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first keynote speaker. The floor is yours, Pak Rob.
Selamat pagi. Thank you very much for this invitation, this opportunity to talk to you all about the genius of language. I'll just share my screen. Okay, so we're all seeing my screen okay?
Yes, I can see your screen now. Great.
Good, thank you. So I'm talking to you all from Adelaide, from Ghana country. Yalaka ngatu Ghana miana wama tandanya ku tampandi. Ngai nale changa wangandi Ghana yata nangku. So today I acknowledge the Ghana people of the Adelaide Plains here, and I'm speaking with you all from Ghana country. You can see Ghana country is here in South Australia, middle of Australia, but way down south. Language is what makes us human. All children have the ability to easily acquire any language so long as they are exposed to it from birth or even before birth. But they don't simply mimic or copy what others say. Children are primed to make sense out of almost nothing. They're purposeful learners, constructing their own grammar out of the input they receive around them. My daughter developed a feminine prefix on the basis of just one alternation. Her name is Jemima. The first syllable is unstressed, so she often called herself Mima. And as parents, we called her Mima as well as Jemima. So she was aware of that alternation. It just so happened that all the women in her life at that stage, her mother, Marianne, who's in the room here with me, her sister, Miriam, who was Mum, her grandmother, Mama, a family friend, Meredy, they all started with M. And so on the basis of that one alternation, Jemima and Mima, she started putting a feminine prefix, J, on all the female names, Jamarianne, Jamiriam, Jemima. But she never applied it to male names. I was never called Jerob or Jadad, and so on. So children make sense out of almost nothing. We all know language as a system of communication, but language is far more than communication. Language is the main means of cultural transmission. It gives us a sense of identity, gives us a sense of history. Language, particularly written language, enables the recording of historical events. And language underpins science and mathematics and all other kinds of knowledges. Without language, we just wouldn't have science and mathematics as we do today. The genius of language. Well, every language has its own way of naming the world and everything in it. Local languages are very good at talking about the local environment, about the plants, the animals, the landforms, the weather, and so on. Languages express and reflect their associated cultures. Many languages have specialised kinship systems. Languages have specialised ceremonial language, songs, and so on. Languages are structured in very different ways. And languages have developed these structures over hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Each language has its own particular way of talking and describing things. There are language-specific idioms and metaphors that may be very difficult to translate. We've just been talking about them in class this morning. Let's have a look at some of the languages here in Australia. This map gives you some idea of the linguistic diversity across the country. In fact, there's much more diversity than we see in the map here. We're talking about 250, 300 quite distinct languages, or as Aboriginal people prefer to count them, maybe 600 to 800 name varieties. I want to look at kinship in Australian Aboriginal languages briefly. Whilst kinship systems vary from one language to another, one region to another, they still have a lot of common traits right across the country. Everyone in an Australian Aboriginal society is related to everyone else through a specific kin relationship with associated rights and responsibilities. How is it that everyone is related? Well, we have a classificatory kinship system based on the principle of equivalence of same-sex siblings. So one's mother's sister is actually also your mother, and a whole lot of other kin beside. One's father's brother is the same as one's father. One's mother's sister's female children are also your sisters, and your father's brother's female children are your sisters as well. We would call them cousins in English, but the only true cousins in an Aboriginal language are the mother's brother's children or the father's sister's children. Australian Aboriginal languages have more basic kin terms than English does. We'll have a look at some of these in Yungamata from northeast Arnhem, which is, if we go back to the map here, it's this orange area here, pretty close to Indonesia actually. So let's take Ngandi, mother in Yungamata. Ngandi, as we've seen, is the mother, but the mother's sister, but also the mother's brother's wife's brother's wife. or a male person's wife's brother's daughter, a male person's son's wife, and so on. If we have a look at the diagram, we can make a little bit more sense of this. We need to start in the middle. So the triangles are males and the circles are females. This would be me. And Ngandi here, the next generation above, is my mother. But you can see I've also got a Ngandi over here, which could be, right, my mother's brother's son's wife. And I've also got a mother here, which could be my wife's brother's daughter. But I've also got Ngandi down here, a couple of generations below. And we could trace this through the kinship diagram. Let's have a look at a more obscure relationship in Ngati Walkur. Someone has tried to translate this as grand uncle. Ngati Walkur is an avoidance relationship, and it includes the following kin. It could be the wife's mother's mother's brother, or the mother's 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 brother's son, or the mother's brother's wife's mother's brother, or the mother's mother's brother's wife's brother, and so on. Now, just think for a minute. Can you name anybody in your family who satisfies those criteria, your mother's 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 brother's son? I can't. I would have to look up my family tree, and even then, probably the information is not there. But within an Aboriginal society, this is a basic kin term with a basic set of behaviours, a basic set of rights and responsibilities. We can see Ngati Walkur is over here. I'm here. So it could be my mother's 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 brother's son. And there'd be a whole lot of other ways of getting there. The beauty of this system is that this diagram expands out infinitely in all directions. It encompasses absolutely everybody within the society. And it's recursive, it's mathematical by nature, something we just don't have in English. It's part of the genius of Yungamata. In addition to that kinship system we've been talking about, overlaid on top of this is the Malk system, or skin names. There are 8 female and 8 male Malk or skin names. The names of brothers and sisters are very similar. So Wamut, the male, his sister is Wamuchan. Bulain, male, his sister is Bulanchan. And Gamarang, the brother, Gamanjan, the sister, and so on. These names cycle through 4 generations. So one's father's father, the paternal grandfather, is the same as the son's son, the great-grandson. Uses the same term. And the same with the female side. And using this system, just 8 male names, 8 female names, is the shorthand way for which everybody in a community of several thousand people relates to each other and knows exactly where they stand with each other, what behaviours are expected of them towards that other person, what they can demand from that other person, what their responsibilities are. In addition to all of those terms, many languages have bereavement terms. And a few terms in the Ghana language here from Adelaide. We've got Ipiti, orphan, but this is someone who's lost their mother, a motherless orphan, versus Wanpi, a fatherless orphan. Wikandi, a man whose children have died. We just don't have an English word for that. We have to use a whole phrase for it. Mudanyi, a mother whose child has died. Widlu, one whose brother or sister has died. Karaki, a person whose younger brother has died, and so on. There's a whole series of these, and probably more terms than we actually see here in the documentation. In addition to those terms, there are also a set of quite different words for deceased relatives. So whilst yakana is the regular everyday word for older sister, If that older sister is deceased, is dead, we refer to her as kutari. And there's no link between those two words. They're quite different words. My mum, if she's living, I refer to her as Ngai Chai, but if she's deceased, Aratina. Ngai Charlie, my dad, if he's alive, but Bukilya, if he's deceased, and so on. English doesn't have these kinds of words at all. I want to look now at words for sun and moon in Australian Aboriginal languages. Now, in Yungmata, on the north coast of Australia, Walu means sun, it means day, it means time, it means clock. And the Ghana word here in Adelaide, Tindu, they're quite different words, Walu and Tindu, but they have the same kinds of extended meanings. Tindu also means sun, day, time, clock, watch. If we compare this with Indonesian, well, jam, time, clock, hour, but the word for day is quite different, hari. And the word for sun is matahari, really eye of the day in Indonesian. When we come to moon, we see the same word, ngalandi, used for moon and month. Kakara in Ghana, used for moon and month. Indonesian does the same thing, bulan, both moon and month, but English doesn't, although those words are related. So whilst the words themselves can be quite different, we see the same kind of semantic patterns repeated again and again across the languages of Australia. And I guess you would say see this kind of thing too within the languages of Indonesia. You would see common patterns from one region to another, even though the words themselves might be quite different. In Zulfadlian, my trip to Pulau Banyak, Pulau Simelu, we discovered in Bahasa Sigalai that there were two different words for red, bala and afala. In our attempts to try and work out what the difference was between these two words, people quickly told us that bala was the red on the Indonesian flag. But afala, well, afala was the colour of ripe red fruit on a tree. And whilst we were still trying to get our heads around this, what really was the difference, people spotted the book, Inilah Bahasa di Aceh, that we had with us and said, oh, that's afala, that red writing on the front cover of that book. So we concluded that bala was actually a compact, consolidated red, a block of red, whereas afala was a distributed red, bits and pieces of red here and there. Now, whilst there are two words for red, it's words for the colour, Sigalai only has one word for blue or green or white or yellow. This only applied to red. And I don't know of any other language in the world that does this kind of thing, has two words for red when it's exactly the same hue, the same colour we're talking about. In this language as well, in Bahasa Sigalai, it has two words to sit. Dadau, to sit on the floor. Tatau, to sit on a chair. Well, these words are somewhat similar to each other, just the difference between T and D. And one might assume that dadau was the original. Achinese often still love to sit on the floor rather than a chair. And tatau is probably a more recent bifurcation. The word has gone two different directions. Now, if you think about back to Adelaide now, kangaroos, kanguru in Indonesian. In English, we just have one word. But Ghana makes a distinction between male and female and between different species of kangaroos. Tanda, the male red kangaroo, Kulu, the female red kangaroo, Nantu, the male grey kangaroo, Wawi, the female grey kangaroo, and so on. There are many, many different words for different kinds of kangaroo and different genders. I want to take you quickly to Tierra del Fuego in Chile, Argentina, South America, to the Yagan language. They have a word, mamihlapinatapai, A look shared by two people, each wishing that the other will offer something that they both desire but have been unwilling to suggest or offer themselves. Don't we all wish we had a word in our language like this? Well, it's a complex word consisting of many parts. Let's have a quick look. We wouldn't know how to divide this word up, I don't think, until we see it. If we look at the purple, ihlapi, this is the root, the main part of the word, to be at a loss as what to do next. And then if we have the mum and the apai together, a circumfix, just like ke'an in Indonesian, kemiskinan, then the mum apai is the reciprocal, the each other. And then we've got a suffix here, a stative suffix and a achievement suffix, ata, and altogether the word means we need a whole lot of words in English to say what we can say in one word in this Yagan language. Again, an aspect of language genius in this particular language. Well, if we look at some Aboriginal languages here in Australia, we find they can say an awful lot in one word as well. In Tiwi, Yinti Rima Jakachi Ranglingamayani, all one word, means we used to travel on foot with the family, which takes, I think, about 9 words in English to say. The purple, Rangalimai, is the root of the whole word, meaning walk. And then the noun family, Jakachi, is right up in the centre of the word alongside the verb root. You can see the subject, ni, is just a prefix at the beginning, but we've got some past tense, nti, at the front, and also some past tense, ani, right at the back of the word. So there's no way that we can split this up into separate words. It's a compact unit. It's one single word, but it packs a lot of meaning into that one word with a lot of meaningful parts. What gets encoded within the grammar of one language as opposed to another varies immensely. Some languages don't really, they just have separate words, like Vietnamese. They don't really have any morphology, any meaningful parts to their words, apart from the root. Some languages like Latin and Finnish, German to some extent, have quite extensive case systems which specify the role that the noun plays relative to the verb, whether it's the subject, the object, the indirect object, the location, or what have you. Aboriginal languages here in Australia have very well-developed case systems, like Latin. Some languages mark number. English, of course, marks singular and plural, but there are other languages like Ghana, which mark singular, dual, and plural. Others still, which mark singular, dual, trial, quartal, and plural. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and many. Languages vary a lot in what they do with their grammar. I'll move on to just look at one aspect of grammar, and that is tense. European languages, such as English and Australian Aboriginal languages, have suffixes for tense, to mark the tense, whether it's present, future, or past. Vietnamese and Indonesian don't mark tense at all. You have to use a time word. Sudah, already, belum, not yet, besok, tomorrow, kemarin, yesterday, or whatever. Some Australian Aboriginal languages even mark tense on nouns. This is fairly rare. Most languages in the world just mark tense on verbs if they do mark tense. But Kaidilt in Australia also marks tense on nouns as well. Now, whilst most languages in Indonesia don't mark tense, Bahasa Bima from Nusa Tenggara over in the east has a very interesting tense marking pattern. So if you want to mark tense in Bahasa Bima, you in fact use these pronoun clitics ku, mu, na, ta. Ku, of course, is I, mu, you, na, he, she, or it, ta, we. And depending on where you place these short form pronouns, these clitic pronouns, determines whether it's past, present, or future tense. So, nahu, ku praktek di Bali. Nahu is I, but ku, this prefix here, also means I. But because it's a prefix before the verb praktek, it has a future tense reading. I will practice in Bali. Whereas if you want to say it's in the past tense, well, it'd be nahu praktek, it'd be nahu praktek ku di Bali. You'd have to put the ku at the end of the verb, in which case it'll be past tense, as in this example here. I don't know of any other language in the world that uses pronominal clitics, uses these pronoun forms to mark tense. And this marks something of the genius of Bahasa Bima. If we move now to Taiwan, the indigenous Austronesian languages there, they even grammaticalize smell or odour. And they use it, a prefix, plus reduplication, plus doubling of the word, or part of the word, to do this. So in this Kavalan example, so rum rum zang, kulusu, the kulusu is your clothes, rum zang is sweat, and su rum rum zang is the smell of sweat. It's become part of the grammar of the language. Most other languages use separate words, as does English. If we look at word order quickly, every possible word order is found amongst the world's languages. Subject, object, verb is the most common, but subject, verb, object, like in Indonesian and English, is also very common as well. Australian Aboriginal languages have very free word order, but they tend to have the most common, subject, object, verb, as the default. But many Australian Aboriginal languages also allow discontinuous constituents because the nouns and adjectives are case marked. So the noun phrase can be broken up. And I've colour-coded this so that you can make a bit more sense of it. These are natural sentences taken from everyday speech. They're not contrived. And we see that the subject is red. In the first example, Kularaluni yatunu juparulakunulu, we see that the subject is part of the first word, but also the last word in the sentence. The phrase is split up into two different parts of the sentence. The object me, ni, is just a suffix on the end of the first word, kularaluni. And the verb yatunu is in the middle in this particular case. Here's a more complicated example. Pulawana, ngailutin pelakurana, manjila mani pulkajaraku. I used to get anything up to 10 bags of flour with the great amount of money I had. And we can see that the subject is a suffix on the first word. It's the second word as an independent pronoun, and it's a suffix on the third word. The object is the main part of the first word and the main part of the third word. So these constituents can be split up, and that's allowed to do this because of the endings on these words that tell you what job, what function these parts of the sentence is doing. English can't allow this thing at all. English depends on word order to tell us who is doing what. I want to move now to talking about more of the social aspect of language. I've finished for now looking at the structure of language. If we go back to Northeast Arnhem Land, what makes Yolngu identity? What makes a Yolngu person a Yolngu person? Well, it's knowledge of Manakay, of songs, it's knowledge of Bungal, of ceremonies, it's knowledge of land and belonging to land, the Wanga. It's the law, the Room. It's membership of a clan, the Baparu. And it's the kinship, Gurutu, that we looked at before. And lastly, it's Daruk, the language. These are very, very important aspects of Yolngu identity. If we consider Achinese identity, and forgive me as an outsider for making some assessment here, but I imagine ancestry is a very important part of Achinese identity. And Islamic values are an extremely important part. But Islam, of course, is shared by many other people. Saudi Arabians, Bhutanese, Bangladeshis, Pakistanis, lots of different Islamic identities. So what makes Achinese identity? Probably Achinese dance is something which is unique to Achinese culture. The elaborate wedding ceremonies that you have. The cuisine, the cooking, the masakan is another important part of Achinese identity. Well, what about language? How important is language to being Achinese? And from my observations, and certainly from Duko's work in his PhD, perhaps Achinese language is beginning to lose ground and rapidly losing ground. What language is it that you speak with your children? Is it Achinese or is it Indonesian? How important is Achinese these days? Now, across Australia, we've been talking about these 250, 300 quite different languages. But sadly, Australia has suffered some of the worst language loss in the world. In the last survey, only 12 of those original 250, 300 languages are being acquired as a first language by children. There are 100 or more other languages which are still spoken, but often by just a couple of individuals, or maybe a generation of older people. In addition to that, there's a whole lot of languages like Ghana around Eastern and Southern Australia where people are beginning to read those languages and teach. The ones that are still strong are in the central desert area here and in Ghana is an awakening language. The last speaker, Iverichi, died in 1929. Here she is pictured here. But Ghana was probably last spoken as an everyday language way back in the early 1860s. A long time ago, it ceased to be spoken as an everyday language.
We still have another 5 minutes for presentation, Pak Rob.
No problem. Okay. Fortunately, Ghana was documented in the 1830s, 1840s by two German missionaries. We don't have any sound recordings of the traditional language, and neighbouring languages to the north, which are closely related, help us a lot in determining how to pronounce the words in the written documentation, but there's still quite a lot of guesswork. There's been a sustained Ghana language revival movement since 1989, the last 30 years or so. Here we can see some Ghana people, and this is the Ghana People's Native Title claim on the Adelaide Plain. So you can see Adelaide right in the middle of Ghana country here. Now, in the Australian census, we can see that in the last census, 53 people claimed to speak Ghana language at home. And this number has been steadily increasing over the last few decades. But certainly by Indonesian standards, this is a very, very small number of people who claim to speak Ghana at home. The real number is probably much less than 53. Really only a handful who would actually speak the language at home. But the language is very, very important to hundreds of people. Now, this language is being used to name all sorts of things. We have a solar bus in Adelaide, which is Tindur, the sun, solar. We have a tram, Gadi Manancha, the Emu Dreaming tram, and this tram has lots of Aboriginal language names and artwork all over it. We have a wheat breed, which is called Yitpi, Speed, and Taman di Piñata, the sweet kiss chocolates, and so on. A lot of public artwork is appearing in the Ghana language, and signage. Parks have been renamed. There are murals that are being appearing in the public space with Ghana text. Artwork, as I said before, a lot of people are putting up a plaque like this. Nina Titnama, Ghana Miyana Mukabando. When you tread, remember the Ghana people. Pana Yaicha Matanya, Yaincha Yataku. They're the original owners, custodians of the land. They might put this up at their house or their business. We have 3 Ghana dance troupes, all with Ghana names and led by Ghana people with Ghana names. And they all introduce their performance in the Ghana language, sing songs in the Ghana language, and many public events are open with a performance, as might be the case in Aceh as well. Speeches of welcome to country or acknowledgement, as I gave at the beginning of my presentation, are now commonplace. So the World Festival of Music or the Adelaide Festival of Arts, where there are thousands of people attending, are always opened with a Ghana welcome to country speech these days. You can see the first speech was given in 1991. By 1997, just a few years later, there were over 100, and there's far too many for me to count these days. It's been going up exponentially. Lastly, I want to talk quickly about language and well-being. Studies of late have shown a positive correlation between well-being, both physical and mental, and speaking an Indigenous language. We see this both in Canada and here in Australia. This is despite the poor access to healthcare and medicines that Aboriginal people in remote areas have. The use of an Indigenous language, in Australia at least, is associated with a strong sense of self-esteem, a strong cultural identity, with social connectedness, with connection to country, and to gaining employment in cultural industries. A major report has just been released just this month. Learning a second language also helps to stave off Alzheimer's disease or dementia. And if that language is really very different to the one already spoken, as Aboriginal languages are from English, then learning that language will do a much, much better job of exercising the brain than if an English speaker only learns to speak German, which is fairly closely related.
Okay, we have
language revival.
1 minute, Pak Rob.
Yes, I'll be done. Yeah. Language revival feeds into well-being. We've seen again and again that language revival turns lives around. We see this in South Australia, in New South Wales, in Victoria, that lots of people have reported this. Language revival builds self-esteem, cultural pride, resilience. It provides culturally affirming employment. But language revival also enables reconciliation. Mainstream society, white Australians, gain insights into Aboriginal culture and history. And this can challenge stereotypes that they might hold. People gain an appreciation of the intricate, complex language systems that, unlike English, are equipped to talk about the local environment. And so without hitting people over the head, they begin to value the people who belong to these languages and begin to counter some of that racism that we experience here. Language revival is also a good investment. It costs well over $100,000 Australian to imprison someone for a year. And an acute mental health condition might cost around the same order of magnitude. In fact, it's much, much more than $100,000. If we invest that money into maintaining and strengthening and reviving Aboriginal languages, we can turn people's lives around and we can have a very positive effect on society. That is why reviving languages, maintaining languages, looking after this linguistic diversity is well worth engaging in, and why we should value the genius of language. Ngai Chalya, terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Pak Rob. Ladies and gentlemen, please, once again, a big round of applause for Pak Rob. Thank you. It's really, really great presentation, Pak Rob. Thank you very much. And now we are getting aware that how genius the language is, and especially this is a part of our identity. And I think one more thing that being the Achenese identity is perhaps coffee shops, warung kopi. That's probably, yeah, hopefully we can invite you someday, like to have a cup of coffee and then, like just having a chat in the coffee shops.
Of course, I forgot to mention the coffee shop, yes.
Yeah, great. Right, but we already have several questions on our chat. It's really interesting, I think, because now we got quite many questions about your presentation. I'll try to read the question one by one, and then maybe after that you can answer the questions. Okay, the first question is from Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris. How about the reference changing on children's second language acquisition? For example, children whose first language Bahasa Indonesia, then when he reside in Australia, the calling of mother mama become mommy automatically when he reside in English-speaking country. What do you think? Is it okay, like if I read all the questions, or one by one, and then you answer the questions? Which one is you prefer, Pak Rob?
Probably we better deal with them one by one, had we?
Okay, sure. Yeah. So that is the first questions, and the floor is your, Pak Rob, to answer the question.
Yeah, so the use of mummy instead of mamak when people come to Australia, well, I guess that's English influence in Indonesian. I guess it's up to Indonesian people whether they like that influence coming into their language. I guess Indonesian is a big language, and what several thousand maybe Indonesians do in Australia, in America, and UK is not really going to affect the Indonesian language at all in the long run. It'll affect those individual behaviours in those families, but probably won't have much effect on the language as a whole. Look, this is just very much a matter of personal preference, probably.
Yep, great. Thank you very much, Pak Rob. And then I think this is like the continue for the question. If a child call mama, mums, or ummi in Arabic, then how impact for children then he's back home? Just continue, Ms. Falekosin. So this is like the continuing question from Pak Zaki Ulia. I mean, when they go back for good for the home country.
Yeah, well, this is up to the individual family, isn't it? Yeah. And when when you go back home from studying abroad, then probably this might be just a passing phase that they use when they're living in Australia or in America. And I imagine when they start talking with other families back in Aceh, with other children in the childcare centre, they'll probably revert to Achenese patterns, I would think.
Right. Thank you, Pak Rob. And the next question is from Yulida, Ibu Yulida Amri. I'd like to know about your research in Aceh. Would you like to explain more about the Achenese language lost in Aceh? Thank you.
Okay, well, when we went to Pulau Simelu, Pulau Banyak, we looked at Bahasa Sigalai, Bahasa Lekon, Bahasa Tevayan, Bahasa Halaban, and Bahasa Nias, 5 languages. Bahasa Halaban is by far the most endangered. And Halaban is only spoken by, well, really people my age, probably not much younger than me. It's not spoken by the younger generations these days. Everyone speaks Bahasa Jame on an everyday basis, or Bahasa Indonesia. And Halaban is extremely endangered unless we quickly act to document and to put in school programs and language revival activities or whatever. Halaban will be gone. Sigalai is still quite strong in Pulau Simelu. Devayan probably less strong, even though there are more speakers of Devayan than Bahasa Sigalai. But we can see that particularly since a major road has been put in around the island of Pulau Simelu, and there's much greater influence from mainland Aceh and from outside, then we can see that these languages are rapidly shifting to Bahasa Jame and to Bahasa Indonesia. We also looked at, we came across a very complex system of counting and enumerating things. Not only does the classifier change as it does in Indonesian, but the numbers themselves are different. Depending on what you are counting, sometimes 3 will be tigo, there's sometimes tiga, there's sometimes telu, sometimes telo, sometimes telua, or number 4, it can be ampe, or it could be ata, or hata. The numbers themselves change, and this is really quite unusual in the world's languages. But ours was a very quick trip.
I see. Yeah, great. It's really great. Thank you, Pak Rob. And I think because of the times, we only will read another one questions because of time limits, and hopefully that we can invite you someday in the future to Unsam, so we can, have quite a long discussion about this issue. I think it's very interesting. Yeah. For the final question, for the last question, from Bapak Iqbal, it has been a phenomenon that native language in the world start to be forgotten due to the globalization, which cause people tend to use and learn English as international language to know more global issues and culture. Beside the national official language, Bahasa Indonesia, in daily life, while local languages are not interesting anymore. Besides globalization, what do you think have caused the problem, and how should we sustain our local languages?
Well, I would say language planning in Indonesia has been incredibly successful, over-successful. It's not too many cases where a non-European language, a language apart from English, Spanish, French, German, have been adopted as the national language of countries. Indonesian is one of them. But Indonesian now, we might describe it along with English as a killer language, a language which is pushing smaller languages aside. I think what we should do about it is recognise that when we start talking about the ability of a language to deal with the local environment, to deal with the local culture, well, Bahasa Indonesia is impoverished. English is impoverished. It's those local languages which are readily equipped to deal with talking about that local environment, to talking about those local cultures. And we just need to value that.
Yep. Thank you very much, Pak Rob, for a very, very great presentation and also question and answer. So everyone, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause to Pak Rob. Yeah, and now Pak Rob, we have a plaque of appreciation that the committee will give virtually to you, and I will bring it by myself to the Adelaide when I'm back to the Adelaide. So just to show it to the camera, yeah. So I will stand up and then give the plaque to you. Right, but this is the plaque from Universitas Samudra. This is the plaque of the appreciation for your times and for your presentation. We are honored. We are greatly, flattered that today we have a time to discuss such matter with you. And I promise you that I will bring this by myself to Adelaide when I come back. Thank you very much, Pak.
Thank you very much. Ngai Kaya. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih. All right. Once again, everyone, a big round of applause to Pak Rob. Okay, then Pak Rob, and now we are going to move on to another session. And as a moderator, I'd like to say thank you for everyone. And we're going to invite the MC again. And thank you so much for Pak Rob who have already shared experiences and also knowledge with us today, and hopefully to welcome you in person someday, and hopefully that I can come back soon to Adelaide. Thank you, Pak Rob. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, and for the next sessions will be moderated by Mrs. Rahmawati. She is graduated from Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science of Shah Kuala University, and also from Yuanzi University, Taiwan for the master degree program. And now she is a lecturer at Physics Department of Universitas Samudra. And please welcome Mrs. Rahmawati for the keynote sessions too. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Mrs. Mary who welcoming me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to International Conference of Science, Technology, and Modern Society. In this session, I'm Rahmawati. Will be serving as your moderator with our keynote speaker, Associate Professor, Dr. Engineering Agus Setiawan, MSc. Before we start this session, I would like to introduce our speaker, Associate Professor, Dr. Engineering Agus Setiawan, MSc, is a lecturer at Faculty of Technical and Vocational Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. His area of expert are material physics and physics education, and also technical and vocational education training. He has published 83 articles indexed in various international journal. As a researcher, he is also one of 100 best Indonesian researchers in 2020 version of the Sinta series. Currently, he is active as an assessor of national accreditation body for higher education and reviewer in various Scopus Index and Sinta Index journal. And he also Vice President of RAFTE, Regional Association of Technical and Vocation Education in Asia, Coordinator of UNESCO UNECVOC Center Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, in this afternoon, Dr. Engineering Agus Setiawan will deliver a presentation entitled New Skill Recruitment in the Era of Industrial Revolution 4.0. I ask you, give your full attention to Associate Professor Dr. Engineering Agus Setiawan and help me in welcoming him to screen. Associate Professor Dr. Engineering Agus Setiawan, the stage is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Ibu Rahmawati. May I share my screen? Okay, good morning everyone. The Honorable Rector, Vice Rector of Universitas Samudra, other keynote speakers, presenter, participant, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thanks for the invitation and for the opportunity to be one of the speaker in this very important event. I'm Agus Setiawan from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. The title of my speech today is about new skill requirement in the era of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Actually, I do not know exactly the background of the audience, but hopefully this topic is still relevant with you, come from various field of study. This is the outline of my speech, which consists of 5 sections. The first is about introduction. Here, I would like to talk about some background about the importance of new skill requirement in this era. And then the second one, talking a little bit about some terminology about new skill in Industrial Revolution 4.0. In the third part, talking in more detail about 3 important skills, transferable skill, higher order thinking skill, and 21st century skill. And then come to the topic, little bit about the need for education system to reform our system, especially in this country, in Indonesia. And I'll close my speech with the concluding remark. Well, let's start with the introduction. This slide saw some development changes that impacting on the requirement of new skill. So first, demographic dynamic because of the globalization, where the people can move from one place to another place, or one country to another country. And economy also changed rapidly, currently changing from industrial-based economy to knowledge-based economy, triggered by rapid change of ICT development. And for sure, technology also advanced rapidly. And another important issue is about environmental changes. Yeah, because so far we don't use renewable energy that impacting the environmental related issues. So this development changes indicate that we need to develop new skill for our graduate. They are transferable skill, 21st century skill, high order thinking skill, and last but not least about the green skill. But for today, I will focus on transferable skill, 21st century skill, and high order thinking skill. So as I already mentioned before, that one of the important aspect for the economic development is by sustainable economic development. That's why most countries under United Nations agree with the concept of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. This is a collection of 17 interlinked goals designed to be something like a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all in 2030. And one of the important aspects of SDGs is about the quality education, and number 4, and number 7, affordable and clean energy. So our future technology development have to consider these 17 goals. Well, now I'm talking about the current issues, current technology in our daily life. Some changes caused by adoption of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Here the list of the development, for example, automated production, continuing machine monitoring and data analysis to reduce downtime. Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, and 3D printing, big data, smart transport system, using IT platform, IT tool, network supply chains in distribution of equipment and everything, and then production simulation. Of course, all these important development needs some basic, needs some new skill from our graduate in education system. Well, as a consequence of implementation of automation in our industry, so some reference mentioned that for example, from World Economic Forum, mentioned that 65% of children entering primary school at the moment will ultimately end up working in completely new job type that do not yet exist at the moment. So this means that the acquisition of specific skill at the moment is maybe it's not important for the future. And then also from a McKinsey report, roughly 23 million jobs at present will be automated. Up to 46 million new jobs will be created, and then 10 million is a new occupation that should be prepared in education system. Probably the field of healthcare, construction, manufacturing, and retail sector will benefit from the increased workplace. So this is our homework, not only Indonesia, but also other country in the world. So just to make sure that, as already said before, here is the job role in increasing and decreasing demand across industry. So the left one about the increased demand job, and the right one decreasing demand jobs. This is based on the future of job survey conducted by World Economic Forum. For example, now the job like that data entry clerk, administrative and executive secretary, accounting, bookkeeping, payroll clerk, maybe will disappear in the future. So, but in the future, there are some new roles. For example, data analysis and scientists, artificial intelligence and machine learning specialists, big data specialists, digital marketing and strategy specialists, process automation specialists, and so on. So now, at the moment, maybe no many study program provide a graduate in this field. So this is in one side challenge for our education system to be developed in the future. Well, so according to the Human Research Development Readiness study conducted in ASEAN countries, they found 8 general competence in of worker in digital era, in the current digital era. Those are first, competency, numeracy, and literacy skill. I think we already know this, the importance of these competencies. The second one is higher order thinking, higher order cognitive skill, like creative thinking, critical thinking, and then ICT skill for sure, also digital literacy, because now we are living in the era of the digital. And the fourth one is STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, as a basis for live in the world at the moment and future. Social skill also important aspect, important competency, which include, for example, communication skill, collaboration skill, learnability that tend to be implementation of the concept lifelong learning, and skill for learning to learn. So yeah, because we have to improve our competency, our capability in every day, like also character quality, responsibility, and then the problem solving in complex technology and rich environment, This is not only problem solving as usual, but problem solving in a complex system, in the very rapid change technology. So another reference mentioned that here is the top 10 skill. So in the left one in 2020, the right one in 2015. So this is interesting to mention here that, for example, in 2015, creativity is not is quite a little bit less important than number 10 in terms of rank, but now become number 3. So the first 3 in 2020 is complex problem solving, critical thinking, and creativity. This skill actually is related to the higher order thinking skill. So which means that the development of higher order thinking skill in our education system is very important. Very important. Okay. Another skill, for example, people management, coordinating with others, emotional intelligence, judgment and decision making, service orientation, negotiation, and cognitive flexibility. So we have to equip our graduate in the future with this following skill in order to make they can compete with others graduate. Okay. Yes. Then we come to the what we call as a new literacy in Industrial Revolution 4.0. In order to our graduate to be competitive in labor market, the curricula need a new orientation. In the past, the old literacy consists of reading, writing, and mathematics. But in the era of IR 4.0, old literacy is not enough anymore as the basic capital for acting in the society. So there are new literacies classified into three new literacy. First, data literacy. This is related to the skill to read, skill to analyze, and to use information, or we call as big data in the digital world. So it is very important to, to be a good reader, to select the right information in the very massive information in the website, in the internet. And then technology literacy, it is related to the understand how the machine work and application to technology. Yeah, including skill about the understand about the coding, artificial intelligence, and engineering principle. Engineering principle used in some equipment in our daily life. And then about the human literacy, and this is related to humanities, communication, and design. So these three new literacy should be considered in our education system. Another reference also mentioned, important qualification and skill for IF 4.0 classified into four category. The first is knowledge about ICT. The second one is ability to work with data. Number three, technical know-how. I think this is already happen at the moment, and also personal skill. I think this is general. But the first two, the blue one is knowledge about ICT and ability to work with data is the more important at the moment in this era, in this IR 4.0 era. So the acquisition of ICT, knowledge about ICT, and ability to work with data is become more important in recently. Okay, so far, so many information related to the new skill that should be developed through educational system. And here is another classification created by based on unit content model. Divide into three category: abilities, basic skill. The gray one is the abilities. The light blue, basic skill, and the dark blue, cross-functional skill. So, for example, abilities, related to cognitive analytic, physical ability, and basic skill, oral and written communication, ICT, active learning, process skill, and so on. And the other one, the second is about complex problem solving skill, social skill, resource management skill, and technical skill, classified as a cross-functional skill. Of course, all these skills should be, considered for curriculum development and implementation for future graduate. Well, now we come to the part 3, little bit talking about more detail about transferable skill, 21st century skill, and hot skill. So what is transferable skill? Actually, there are different understanding and conceptualization of transferable skill across countries. So for example, in Indonesia, we call life skill. Maybe in other country, they call generic skill, cross-cultural skill, and other name. But in general, the more general terminology we call a transferable skill. What is transferable skill? Also, there is so many definition about transferable skill. See, I just quote one reference. So transferable skill actually refer to a number of important competencies that can be learned and that everyone require to successfully adapt to change and to lead meaningful and productive life. So this is the skill that can be transferred from one situation to other situation. So because technology changes rapidly, so the most important skill is a transferable skill. The current specific skill that we have today, maybe in the future, is not relevant. So the transferable skill, the ability to change to other situation, is the more important. Here is some aspect of transferable skill. For example, communication, planning, organizing, managing, analyzing, problem solving, collaboration, teamwork, adaptability and flexibility, project management, and so on. This is an aspect of transferable skill. But if we refer, a UNESCO study on transferable skill, we can find the majority national policy document on transferable skill come to these 5 important transferable skill. First, communication skill, and then collaboration skill, problem skill, entrepreneurship, and learning to learn. So this is just based on UNESCO study from various countries. Actually, the 5 important one is in this slide. Well, how about the higher order thinking skill? Higher order thinking skill, because of limited time.
Sorry, sir, for interrupt you. We just have 3 minutes left.
Okay. Well, I'll try to optimize my presentation. Actually, thinking is a cognitive process that involves mental activities to gain knowledge. Thinking is complex and reflective effort. It can even be a creative experience. The thinking skill can be divided into 2 classifications: basic thinking and higher order thinking. But I think the most important in this era about the high order thinking skill, which include, for example, critical and creative thinking, problem solving, and decision making, logical thinking, reflective thinking, metacognition, and last but not least, the skill to analyze, to evaluate, and to create. Maybe I have to skip some slide. Here is the 21st century skill divided into 4: way of thinking, way of working, tool for working, skill for living in the world. So I think relatively similar with what I have presented before about the transferable skill. Yeah, this is another classification about 21st century skill, divided into what we call as foundation literacy, competencies, and character quality that should be integrated in the future teaching and learning process. Yeah, this is one of our research. We asked about the need and acquisition of 21st century skill at the moment. Actually, all the respondents agree that the level of need, almost 100%. This means that the acquisition of this, the acquisition of 21st century skill is very important, but in reality, the level of acquisition is still low, 71%. And then characteristics of I think this is already known. So this slide also focus on the importance of ICT integration in education system, both for teaching and learning and for management. So because of the powerful of ICT in education system. The last 3 slides, actually, I just want to give you an example what we have done in our team. This is a research conducted by my PhD student, 3 PhD students, focused on the development of high order thinking skill laboratory model, both using virtual lab and the real lab. For the topic where we don't have facility, we use virtual high order thinking lab. Because of limited time, here design. But based on implementation, we come to the conclusion that the developed virtual high order thinking lab give a high impact on the development of creative thinking skill and creative problem solving, and also has a strong influence on the improvement of creative thinking skill and creative problem solving skill. Okay, and then come to the last slide, not a conclusion, but just a remark in my presentation. The first, in the era of IR 4.0, which was triggered by rapid change of technology, especially ICT development, a number of skills are required to compete in the world of work. Then the new skill emphasize the ability, what we call as transferable skill, or maybe another name as 21st century skill, and a more specific about the higher order thinking skill to adapt to rapid change in the workplace. And finally, in order to produce graduates who meet the need, the future need of competencies, education sector, including higher education, university, have to make reform or at least adjustment, such as, for example, learning outcome of graduate, curriculum, teaching and learning process, and also competency of teachers and lecturer. Well, that's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your informative, interesting talk. Here in chat, we have 3 questions. First question is come from Ampun Mas, and his question is how to increase top 10 skill in learning activity, and what kind of learning model to support to the learning activity. Sir, we read all the question, or you will answer one by one?
Yeah, maybe better one by one.
Oh, okay. Maybe please do you answer for first question.
Okay, thank you for the question from Pak Ampon Mas. Yeah. Actually, I mean, we have to use various learning mode, both in curricula and non-curricula. For example, in a university level, we can develop all the skill in the context of teaching and learning process in one side. For this purpose, curriculum should support the system. Implementation, the acquisition of those 10 skill. But we also can use another another mode of learning by using, for example, unit kegiatan mahasiswa, because they can develop skill for communication, skill for collaboration, and other thing. So my response to this question, we have to integrate those skill in various learning mode, both in the curriculum and non-curricular. Also, for example, in the context of Kampus Merdeka, because 2 or 3 semester students allowed to learn in the other in industry or in company. So this is a chance for them to have such a future skill. Yeah. From now, I think every education institution has to develop their curricula to equip the student with those new skill. I think that's my response to that question.
Yeah, for Amponma, maybe that the answer from Dr. Agus. Okay, for next question from Julie Firmansyah.
Okay,
will
thank you.
21st century still be better trained with ICT integration in learning and practicum?
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Julie. Nice to see you here. Pak Julie is my student at UPI. Pak Julie, because your background also physics, physics is related to the experiment, and experiment need some equipment, some experimental facility. But unfortunately, because of budget, so it is difficult to have a good equipment for experiment in physics, for example, or other science education. So, but in this case, we can use ICT as an alternative. Yeah, for example, in the topic of modern physics, as I already presented in my presentation, because the laboratory is very expensive, but we can use a virtual laboratory available in the website, in the internet, and we just need to create lembar kegiatan mahasiswa, ya, student worksheet, but in order to develop, I mean, a 20% to the scale, we have to creatively develop the worksheet according to the indicator of a high order thinking scale, for example. So for sure that ICT is important tool for learning process to develop 20% to the skill for student. Hopefully that that answer your question.
Okay, Julie Firmansyah. That is the opinion from Dr. Agus. Okay, for next question from Yulida Amri. He asks what we can do, especially in, sorry, it's that. Okay, I will repeat it.
Yeah. Okay, I can catch the question. Yeah, Bu Yulida.
Sorry,
So
he is.
oh yeah, Yulida. Sorry. I think we have to use various, mode, various equipment already have in your university. So because, for example, a collaborative skill, creativity, collaborative skill, communication skill is not related with the equipment. So we can develop such a skill without equipment, without sophisticated facilities. But maybe for some aspect, still need some equipment. But for alternative, we still have chance to use a virtual laboratory by using as a part of ICT development. So, for example, for example, I can refer website PET, Physics of Education Technology from Colorado University. They provide so many simulation, many virtual laboratory that can be used as an alternative if we don't have equipment. I think the similar resources also available for other field or study. So so we can just need creativity of teachers, if we don't have enough laboratory facilities. But the development of transferable skill and 20% skill, somehow still can be done. Okay, Bu Rahmawati.
Thank you, sir. Actually, we have one more question, but because of time, we have a limited time. Maybe Mr. Arisman Supandra, we can email Dr. Engineering Agus for your question. But from the last, I will give you some souvenir from Samudra University. I will show you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ibu Rahmawati, also Universitas Samudra.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of the session with the Associate Doctor Engineering Agus Setiawan. We would like to say thanks again for Dr. Agus and to the audience for your active participation. Hopefully, this presentation, hopefully this presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you for your attention and good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. But before
Waalaikumsalam
it,
warahmatullahi
I will like to invite our MC for the next session.
Thank you, Ibu Rahmawati. Then for our next keynote session is the session of Dr. Huai Chuan Ong, which will be moderated by Bapak Dr. Nasruddin STMT. Bapak Dr. Nasruddin STMT has the background on renewable energy. His education when his undergraduate is in University of Maluku Saleh, and for master degree on Universitas Sumatera Utara, and his PhD at Universitas Indonesia. He is also the member of Applied Heat Transfer Research Group. Oke, Bapak Dr. Nasruddin, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable keynote speaker, and all of audience. I am Nasruddin as your moderator at this sessions. Thank you for being here this morning. So let's make a start. Today, we are pleased to welcome to Dr. Huai Chuan Ong, a very special keynote speaker from University of Technology, Sydney. Dr. Huai Chuan Ong is a lecturer at the Faculty of Engineering and Information Technology, University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. His research interests are wide-ranging under the general umbrella of renewable energy and fuel, and his main interests are biofuel and bioenergy, solar thermal, and green technology environmental engineering. He has published more than 150 papers in the international prestigious journal, and he is the top researcher in energy and fuel, as well as inverting to the cutting-edge research in alternative fuel conversion technology. He is listed as 2019 highly cited researcher award in engineering by Web of Science. Also in 2018, 2017, and 2016. If I don't mistaken, for this year, Dr. Huai Chuan Ong is also in the list of the highly cited researcher. He received twice Malaysia Research Star Awards, Frontier Researcher, and Malaysia Rising Star Award, a young researcher by the Ministry of Higher Education and Clarified Analytics. Currently, he is Associate Editor of Alexandria Engineering Journal, Elsevier, Energies, and editorial member of some international journals. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, today Dr. Huai Chuan Ong will be sharing with us his expert opinion and his research area. And I ask to that you give your full attention for the presentation. Dr. Huai Chuan Ong, the screen is yours.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So I share the screen now. So can you see the screen?
Yes, that's clear.
Wait a minute. Yep. Okay, very good afternoon to all of you. So, first of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Nazarin, for the introduction and also the organizer for inviting me to share my little bit of research experience in this conference. So, the topic that I would like to share today is about the development and perspective of the biofuels. So without any further ado, I would like to start my sharing now. So as an instructions, as we all know, the energy is one of the major input for the economy and development of any country. However, the energy can be divided into the several types. For example, is the renewable energy or non-renewable energy. Currently, the most of the energy consumption that we are using are from the non-renewable energy, which are from the conventional fossil fuels such as the coal, oil, petroleum oil, and gas, which is will cause a very harmful emission to our environmentals. So before I start the topic today, I would like to share this figure with you. You see, as you can see now, the energy and water. These are the two essential resources that needed for our daily life. Because why? Because both these two, water and energy, these two resources are limiting each other. We need the water in order to produce the energy. Because when we produce the energy, we need the water for the cooling tower and etc. On the other hand, the energy is required to produce the clean water for our daily life, because we are depend on the water to live for any living. So these two resources are limiting. So how we could we need to organize or manage to balance up these two limited resources that needed for our living life. For example, we need the energies for the healthcare, for the medication sectors, as well as the education. We need the energy input. So yeah, this is the question that we need to think. So you see, they are currently we are happening at the fourth industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution we start during 1784. The first industrial revolution which we change everything into the mechanical production. For example, we build the railroad, the steam power for the train. And however, the second industrial revolution took place nearly after 100 years. So the second industrial revolution happened where everything changed to the mass production. And then we have the electricity tower. And also we have the assembly line, mass production for the assembly line. Then another around 100 years later, we have the third industrial revolution, which everything changed to the automation, electronics, and computerized. So currently, now we are happening the fourth industrial revolution, which everything has changed to the big data, the robotics, the artificial intelligence. So what would be the trend of the energy input? Because for each of the industry revolution, we need the energies. So here is the global energy consumption. So as I mentioned, during the first industrial revolution, happened in 1784. So you see, during that time, everything is just depend on the biomass, biomass as the energy input. Then the second industrial revolution happened around 100 years later, which is 1870. So from the figure here, you can see after 1870, the demand of the coal is increasing. demand of coal is increasing after the second industrial revolution because we need the energy input for the mass production line. Then after that, the third industrial revolution happened around here in 1970. So again, the energy consumption input is changed again because from that time after the third industrial revolution, the energy input from the oil and natural gas is also increasing. See here, here the red color and also the green color is increasing. So currently, the industry 4.0 are happen. What would be the current energy input or energy consumption trend? So what we need is we need to go to the more renewable energy sources. Why we need to go to renewable energy sources? Because currently the fossil fuel remain the world primary energy consumption, which the total world consumption is more than 14 million ton of oil equivalent in year 2018. However, for this nearly 14 million of ton of oil equivalent that we are using, more than 85% come from the fossil fuel, which will cause the serious greenhouse gas and global warming. Because the use of the fossil fuel will have the serious environmental concern. By burning the fossil fuel, we produce more than 31.7 billion ton of the CO2 annually. However, the natural only can absorb half of the total amount. Then the rest of the amount will be contribute to the greenhouse gas effect, global warming, as well as the acid rains. So yeah, this one I say produce 21.3 billion of ton of the CO2 per year. Then the natural only can absorb half of it. Then if you contribute to the greenhouse gas, that increase the radiations, forcing and contribute to the global warming. So is the world movement toward the generation to the low carbon renewable energy sources, which is the underway to the global greenhouse gas emissions. You see, here is the total. The figure here show the total emission produced. See, after the oil and gas, the demand of oil and gas is increased in the year 1950. The energy, the emissions the total of the carbon emission is increasing up to the more than 10 billion tons currently. This will cause a very serious harmful emissions to our world. So that's why we need to find a solution to this energy shortage as well as the greenhouse gas emissions. So typically, in the engineering way, we have two main methods. The first method is by using the energy efficiency method. What is the energy efficiency? For example, we can boost or increase the energy efficiency for our power plant by improving the efficiency of the power plant. For example, if we can improve the power efficiency of the power plant by 5%, that means the total energy input is decreased by 5%. At the same time, the total greenhouse gas can be reduced by 5%. So this is the most immediate and cost-effective way to reduce the greenhouse gas. For example, the energy efficiency also can be used in the building, industry, and transportation sector. For example, last time, for our lighting system, we are using the incandescent light lamp, which most of the energy are to generate the heat instead of the light intensity. But currently, we have the LED light, which can provide the higher light intensity while the energy input are reducing. So this is the most efficient way in order to reduce the energy consumption from the fossil fuel. At the same time, we can decrease the carbon emissions. So the second method is by using the renewable energy sources. So currently, we have the plenty of the renewable energy sources. For example, we have the solar energy. the solar PV energy and as well as the solar thermal energy. Then we have the biomass energy. Biomass can be used directly in the combustion system, or we can use indirectly after the conversion to the suitable biofuel and bioenergy. Then we can use that biofuel and bioenergy from the biomass sources. And we have the wind, hydro, geothermal, ocean energy, and etc. And these all the renewable energy sources are also one of the solutions for the energy shortage and emissions problems. So today, what I want to share with you is about the biofuel, biofuel and bioenergy sources. So biofuel, currently the biofuel already become one of the significant solution for the oil shortage, global warming, and air pollution. So the biofuel, what is biofuel? Biofuel basically is the energy or the fuels that derive from the organic materials such as the plant or the agricultural waste, or from the vegetable oil, animal waste, or any other type of the biomass waste. So by using the biofuel, it can reduce the non-renewable energy sources, because, for example, when we produce the biofuel, for example, the biodiesel and bioethanol, it can be replaced the gasoline from the fossil fuel, as well as the diesel from the fossil fuel. Then currently the biofuel has already become one of the energy sources, which together with the renewable energy sources such as the solar, wind, and geothermal energies. So what is biofuel? What is the benefits of the biofuel? Why we want to use the biofuel? The main benefit is what? Advantage is what? Because the biofuel, the availability and renewability of the biofuel, because the biofuel can be used in any country and that have available any biomass sources. We no need to import any feedstock or the raw material of the biofuel. It depends on the availability of any country. For example, in Malaysia and Indonesia, we have reached in the oil palm. We have reached when have the surplus of the oil palm supply. We can convert the oil palm into the biodiesel as well. So the biodiesel is totally renewable, biodegradable, and non-toxic compared to the fossil fuel. Then at the same time, the biofuel can stimulate the rural development and agricultural industry, because we can increase the income per capita for the farmer if the biomass sources have more alternative usage. So at the same time, it is domestic distributions, because the feedstock normally is depend on the country of what available sources. So we don't need to import any feedstock or whatever for any country. So we just use the domestic products. So these are domestic distributions. So at the same time, a most important advantages for the biodiesel is the biodiesel able to reduce the greenhouse gas, because from all many previous studies show that the biofuel will produce less emission compared to the fossil fuel. For example, the smoke opacity of the biofuel are reduced significantly compared to the fossil fuel. Then the biofuel is very safe to handle because it's totally less toxic. Then the most important part is the biofuel can be used directly without any modification of the current system. So this is the available biofuel stock that available around the world. For example, US, they had the surplus of the soybean and corn, so they tend to produce the biofuels from the corn and soybeans. For example, in India, they have the surplus of the jatopa. Then they can using the jatopa to convert into the biodiesel. And at the same time, in the European country, and they are rich in the rapeseed as the sunflower seeds. So they are using the sunflower seed. So that's why all the feedstock is available domestic from any country. Like in Malaysia and Indonesia, we have a lot of the oil palm, because Malaysia and Indonesia is produced more than 80% of the total world palm oil productions. So we can using by using the palm oil in our neighboring country, the Thailand. They have a lot of the coconut and cassava as well as the sugar cane. So in Thailand, they tend to convert these sources into the bioethanol sources. So what is the current scenario of the biodiesel production? So when we talk about the biofuel, there are two more common biofuel, which are the biodiesel. Biodiesel is to use to substitute the fossil diesel, while the bioethanol is used to substitute the petrol or gasoline. So currently, the United States are the world largest producer of the bioethanol. The US and also the Brazil themselves produce more than 85% of the total world bioethanol. The feedstock we are commonly using for the bioethanol is the sugarcane, corn, cassava, and etc. While for the biodiesel, similarly, the total world biodiesel production is more than 30 million ton currently and in 2017. So, like I mentioned just now, the US and Brazil, they are using the soybean as a source of the biodiesel. The European country are using the rapeseed, while most of the Southeast Asia country, we are utilizing the oil palm. So, however, these all biodiesel sources are using the edible sources. It will cause a very stiff competition between the edible oil and non-edible oil, because the edible oil is source of the food. This happened in 2011 in Brazil, because the main feedstock for the bioethanol is sugar cane. In year 2011, the sugar cane in Brazil declined due to the drought and other climate factors, which lead to the sugar price increase significantly. Then the sources or the feedstock for the bioethanol is decreased. Then the bioethanol production will increase also, because they're facing the very stiff competition between the food and also the fuel. So the first problem statement here is what? The production of the biodiesel or biofuel is mainly from the edible sources. So like this cake, they want to request some corn from the farmer. But if the fuel price is good, the farmer will tend to convert their oil into the biodiesel. So that's why we'll face a very stiff competition and cause the food price is increased. Then at the same time, the feedstock price also increased significantly. So in my study, most of my biodiesel production are from the non-edible feedstock. Although we have the very huge potential for the oil palm productions, but if is face the unstable of the fuel price, I mean the feedstock price, the oil palm price will increase significantly, will cause the effect of the food. So my study basically depend on the non-edible sources. For example, the jatopa, the Ciba pentrana, the Calophyllinophora, which are available in the tropical country like Malaysia and Indonesia. At the same time, we also can use the waste cooking oil as the source of the biofuel input. This can be solved as two issues. One is we can solve the agricultural waste issue or the waste cooking oil issue. At the same time, the product can be converted to some value-added energy sources. So this is one of my study, is the production of biodiesel from the non-edible oil. We are convert into the by using the jatopa oil, rubber oil, or waste cooking oil. So about the biodiesel production process, yes, we can convert those feedstock or oil, raw oil into the biodiesel. However, it couldn't be used the raw oil directly into our internal combustion engines. So we need some biodiesel production process or techniques. So currently, this is the flow chart so that the overall biodiesel production technique that available. The biodiesel production can categorize as a catalytic or non-catalytic reactions. Catalytic reaction, I mean, during the reaction, we need the help of the catalytic to enhance the overall production process. While for the catalytic reaction, we have two types of catalytics. One is the chemical catalytic. Another one is the enzyme catalytic, which is the bio or green catalytic. So for the chemical catalyst, we have two types also, which is the homogeneous catalyst and heterogeneous catalyst, which I will discuss in more details about this biodiesel production process in next slide. So here is the comparison of the biodiesel production method. From here, I show all the production method in the advantages and disadvantages. What is the main pro and con for each process? So currently, the process that mainly using in the industry is the catalytic reaction by using the homogeneous catalyst. Because why? Because by using this process, it can produce a very high yield of the biodiesel with the lower cost. At the same time, it can convert the free fatty acid directly, because for the feedstock of the biodiesel from the non-edible sources, normally we have the very high free fatty acid. The main disadvantages for this technology is what? The wastewater what we produce. Then the biodiesel, we need the purification process. Then at the same time, because this is the homogeneous catalyst, it makes the catalyst very difficult to separate. Then while another catalytic reaction is the heterogeneous catalyst. This is also very fast and higher reaction. Then the catalyst can be reduced. Then the costs is around the median costs. However, the disadvantage is you need the high energy input. Then for this type of catalyst, it's a little bit hard to produce. Then the catalytic leachage will be happen. While using the non-catalytic reaction, normally it's happen in the very high pressure and high temperature reaction. So the high pressure and high temperature reaction, normally the overall reaction costs are very, very high. So this is the disadvantages of the non-catalytic reaction. So the total cost are very increased. However, the advantages for this reaction is a very fast reaction and higher. Then there are no catalysts are using. So that's why the conversion here is very high and no any byproduct or waste. So while the enzymatic reaction, and this is the green reaction, can convert the free fatty acid as well, and using the low energy input and higher and high purities of the product with no any wastewater. However, the cost of the enzymatic reaction is the cost of the enzyme is very high. Then the overall reaction are very slow. So this is the pro and con for each process. So it depends on what is the input and what is the feedstock that you are using. Then by that we can choosing the most suitable and correct biodiesel production methods. So this is the overall flow chart of the biodiesel production methodologies. So we have the vegetable oil or feedstock or any biomass waste. Then after we obtain the biomass waste to do the degumming process. The degumming process is to separate the impurities of the
Sorry,
biodiesel.
Dr. Ong,
Yes.
we only have 5 minutes more.
Oh, 5 minutes more only. Okay. So this is the process. And then the main process is using the esterification and trans-esterification process. And after that, we need the purification process. Then if the biodiesel that we produce is according to the STM standard, that means the biodiesel that we produce is suitable to be used in our internal combustion engines. So this is the detailed process. I will not go through into details. Okay, yep, this is what I want to show you. In my peer study, I do conduct the lab skill biodiesel production as well as the pilot skill. So this is the reactor that we are using. So this is the property test, because before we can use in our internal combustion engine, we need to do a series of property tests according to the STM or EN standards. So this is the properties test and the test method we are using. So if the biodiesel according to this all method, I mean, is safe to be used. This is some of the samples in our experiment, previous experiments. So this is the data, some data that obtained. I will not go through details because this all data we already published in journal. If for those who are interested, can read in details there. Due to the time constraint, the data I got not discussed in details. Okay. Then the second problem statement is the overall production cost is very high. And in our study, I also introduced the institute reactive extraction method, which we convert directly from the seed or from the feedstock to simplify the process into the one reaction process. So this is some of the result that we obtained. We are using the ultrasound assisted techniques in our esterification and trans-esterification process. So from the result that we obtained, all the STM biodiesel property biodiesel properties according to the STM and EM standard. I mean the process can produce almost similar quality of the biodiesel. So at the same time, we also try to use the microwave reaction assist for our biodiesel production. So from this method, the overall production time can be reduced significantly to around 7 minutes, which the conventional method we might need up to 1 hour. So after that, we conduct the engine performance testing to measure the brake thermal efficiency and exhaust gas temperature as well as the emissions to compare with the fossil fuel. From our study, it showed that the biodiesel had a significant reduction into the emissions, especially the smoke opacities. So however, there are some challenges that we are facing for our biodiesel as well. First is the high cost. Second thing, high cost of the feedstock. Second thing is the total production cost. We need to reduce the overall production to be as economical as possible. Then, however, the biodiesel will produce the slightly higher NOx emissions compared to the diesel. Even though some of the greenhouse gas emission for the biodiesel is reduced, the NOx is increased. So, yeah, we also have some engine problem as well, because the exit value for the biodiesel normally is higher compared to the diesel. So that's why we are caused the corrosion from the engine part and component. This is the main drawback for the biodiesel production. This one is our next study. So as a conclusion, so the world currently is moving toward to the renewable energy, which we need to reduce the carbon emission by 40% in year 2020. So it's important to develop a sustainable green technology solution that can convert the every biomass waste or agricultural waste into the renewable energy sources or any value-added products. So as I can see here, as I can conclude here, the biomass from our tropical country one of has potential to convert into the biofuel sources. So that's all for my sharing. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Ongs for the great presentation. Now we comes to the question and answer and opinion sessions. At the screen, we have three questions. Maybe we want to display one by one, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, the first from Aldi Tarigan from Universitas Samudra. His question is, what is your prediction for biofuel in the future compared to the other energy resources? Maybe for the production or application or resources. Okay, please, Dr. Ong.
Okay. First thing, biofuel. What is my opinion for the biofuel in the future? First, we know that they are currently more, especially for the transportation sectors, more than 90% are using the fossil fuel, which is the gasoline and also the diesel fuel. So for what I predict here in the future 5 to 10 years, the energy consumption for the fossil fuel will still increase, for especially for the transportation sectors, still will remain using the fossil fuel. So if as long as the fossil fuel we are using, the emission will be increased. So the biodiesel, we need to find any substitute for the fossil fuel. So the biodiesel is one of the significant solution that we can available that we available here now. I mean the technology. Yes, we know we have the hydrogen car. A majority of the technology is still not here in the short future. In the short future, biofuel and bio energy are one of the significant solution for that. So for me, it's a very bright future for that thing, because the biofuel also can be used in the generator or whatever that used for the industry. Yep. Hope I answer your questions.
Okay, I think that's the great answer from Dr. Ongs. And for now, we continue for the second question. It's come from Zainal Arif. The question is, what is the resistance of the biofuels in the applications? Why is not to be as a main energy resource? Please, Dr. Ong, to answer.
What is the application? Is it?
Maybe applications in the transport fuels, one generator, one by one for every.
What is the main resistance? First thing, the qualities of the biofuel. The quality of the biofuel must make sure the quality of the biofuel that we produce is consistent according to the Icstms standard. This is the first thing we need to overcome in order for us to be used the biofuel as the main energy sources. Second thing, the overall biodiesel production process and also the cost must be reduced as far as the total biofuel costs is almost similar, because currently the fossil fuel price is also very low. But for those developed country, they also will choose the biofuel instead of the fossil fuel. Why? Because the energy, the environmental concern is their main priority. For the developed country like in Malaysia and in Indonesia, for example. So the cost benefit is much more significant for us. So the economic, we must make the biodiesel costs as low as possible. Second is the overall technology must be improve the quality of the biofuel.
Okay, it's mean the main reason is not to be the main energy resource, is the quality of the biofuels.
must be consistent according to Icstms standard. At the same
Okay.
time, it's the overall cost.
Oh yeah, the
Must be reduce the
seconds.
overall cost. Yep.
Yeah, including the cost.
Yep.
Okay, very interesting for your question and answer. And now we go to the third question. It's come from Alfarida. Okay, his question is, if we are talking about how the using of the non-renewable energy hurting our planet, why biofuel? Why biofuel? Why not just change our energy source to electricity, which is much greener instead of burning other kind of oils?
Okay,
Is it actually more about it's being renewable or about saving the planet?
Concept, main concept is saving the planet. I mean, to emit the lower carbon. Okay, when we talk about changing the energy sources to electricity. So currently, our electricity power generation mostly are using the fossil fuel as well. More than 80% of the power plant nowadays are using the coal, or natural gas, or even the oil to produce our electricity. So by using urban emissions, however, the emissions are from one place to transmit to another place only. So what we want to see is the overall life cycle analysis of what is the total emission saving. So so I'm not sure you understand what I'm talking about or not, because by using the electricity is same, because electricity we also need to use the fossil fuel to generate the electricity. Still the same, we are still using the fossil fuel. So the biofuel the biofuel that we are using, we must make sure the total biofuel, the total life cycle analysis of the biofuel is in the positive side. I mean, the energy input must be lower than the energy output. For the energy input, yeah, this is my response.
Okay, thank you. I think your answer is very clear and to be benefit for the knowledge for the audience.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe we come to the end of our sessions. Before we close the session, we want to give a plaque or souvenir to you, Dr. Ongs.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe you can see.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, this
thank you.
souvenir to you. Okay. Please to receive this souvenir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ong. Okay, I think this is the great presentation for the sessions. And finally, we come to the end of our sessions. And one more, I want to say thank you for Dr. On to have great presentation today. And hopefully we continue our, because we are the same project, maybe it's a little with your project, you have a highly cited researcher for this university, maybe from our faculty, and actually in mechanical engineering.
Yes.
We have to learn more about the biofuels from you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. We give the massive round of applause for the Dr. Ongs.
Okay, thank you. So,
And now,
if you have any question, can drop me an email. Anyone have any question or any discussion, can drop me an email. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will send you more emails.
Yep.
Okay, for next, we finish for the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the keynote speakers and moderators in the previous both sessions. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for us to have a break. But before, let us have a photo sessions with the keynote speakers and also with the moderators.
So please open your Zoom camera so that we can have a photo session. Then we have the clue 1, 2, 3 when it is ready. Please your cooperation to open your video, please. Thank you. So we got the memories for Ictms. 1, 2, 3, and cheers. One more? Okay. 1, 2, 3, and cheers.
Is it enough?
Okay, enough? Okay, once again. 1, 2, 3. Sip. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your cooperating. And ladies and gentlemen, we will meet again at 1:30 Western Indonesian time. And after the break, the Zoom is still the same and provided in the Zoom chats. And once again, thank you very much, and we will come back again.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home, that makes you curious for more. Adventure. Start your journey. Travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. You can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you have never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. Aceh, wonderful Indonesia.
Ada makna yang tak terungkap tentang perjalanan yang berat untuk kita ukir bersama jadi sebuah cerita pahit getirnya kisah ini namun kuat dan menguatkan sebagai perekat setiap hati yang condong pada mimpi. Tak banyak orang yang mengerti tentang ini, tapi ikatan batin kan menggema sepanjang waktu. Percayalah kita melegendamu di warna mimpimu. Jika kita pernah berbagi air mata, sahabat jangan lupa bahagia bersama. Baiknya sejarah renungkan kita diciptakan berbeda demi satu pesan yang sejuk untuk saling melengkapi. Tak banyak orang yang mengerti tentang ini menggema sepanjang waktu. Percayalah kita melegenda di sana. Pilih masa depanmu di warna mimpimu. Jika kita pernah berbagi air mata, sahabat jangan lupa bahagia bersama. Melegenda di sana, pilih masa depanmu di warna mimpimu. Jika kita pernah berbagi air mata, sahabat jangan lupa bahagia bersama. Kita menyatukan semua mereka yang selalu meragukan dirimu. Jika kita pernah berbagi air mata, sahabat jangan lupa bahagia bersama. Sahabat jangan lupa bahagia bersama. Sahabat jangan lupa bahagia bersama. Vokasi berjaya. Vokasi kuat menguatkan Indonesia.
Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place makes you feel home, that makes you curious for more. Adventure. Start your journey. Travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face, and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you have never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
I want to tell you the best journey of my life.
Now I'm in Rangit Kecil, this beautiful, amazing island. Just look around me. Amazing, beautiful. I'm so happy to come here. And beside me, I have this amazing lighthouse. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
This is the first woman I loved.
I love this place. So many palm trees.
She's the one who introduced me to this place, to let me find an answer. I think this is the time to let the adventure begin.
Hey, penutupan Anda.
Excuse me, you know where is this place?
You can come with us. Tapi kamu harus lanjut lagi pakai kapal.
Can I join you?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I met good people along the way. Their kindness really moved me.
Bang Manap, ini ada kebetulan ini mau ke pulau. Tolong diantar lah.
Halo, hi, nice to meet you, Matt. Come on, mari. Goodbye. See you.
Along the journey, I can see why my mom was so in love with this place. My whole sense awakened by this incredible nature. And the people who are sincere can be seen and felt.
Ikan. Good.
I learned that behind every graceful movement of this dance has a special meaning. I've had the best shower of my life. Explored the most tranquil forest that make me hear my own heartbeat. Every single thing of this place make my heart tied up with love. Just like what it did to her.
What will you do when I leave?
I'm gonna miss you. This is for you. Dipakai ya, jangan hilang.
I love it. Terima kasih. She's like the sister I never had.
I understand the meaning of her words now. A journey is about connection, interaction, mutual respect. It's about each other. Not only about receiving, but also about giving. Now I need to find the connection. The woman that she always talk about.
Ini kamu dapat dari mana?
Oh, di sini. This one was given by my mother.
Kamu sudah tepat datang kemari. Tujuan kamu ada beberapa kilo lagi dari sini. Kamu bisa jalan agak berapa kilo lagi ke pesisir. Kamu akan jumpa dengan orang yang ngasih kalung ke mama kamu.
Excuse me. You know where is this place?
Lurus, belok kanan, situlah tempatnya.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
This is the journey between me and my mom. To find another home.
Selamat sore, Ibu. Siapa itu?
Do you remember this?
Oh, iya. Seren ya?
Yeah, I'm her son. Yeah, it's been so long. I've been traveling all around you.
Under the starlight, we'll find our way, I know.
This is what Aceh has given me. A beautiful place with clear blue water and a diamond bright sands. Where kindness and comfort that I call home. This is my first time in Aceh, and I know it won't be the last.
The light of Aceh, wonderful Indonesia.
Aceh semakin memantapkan diri sebagai destinasi utama wisata halal kelas dunia. Memberikan kepercayaan diri untuk terus terdepan dalam menghelat event pariwisata dengan branding The Light of Aceh. Wabah COVID-19 menggantungkan sejenak optimisme yang ada. Segala lini terdampak akan wabah ini. Pariwisata terpukul. Keadaan diperparah oleh beberapa musibah lainnya di Aceh. Namun, Indonesia telah menyatakan tekad untuk menuju sebuah situasi baru. hidup berdampingan dengan COVID-19, menjalani rutinitas dengan harmoni, menuju sebuah kenormalan baru.
Pesona wisata alam dan budaya Aceh siap menyambut kembali kunjungan wisatawan. Pintu masuk destinasi wisata Aceh akan dibuka kembali. Ini menjadi sinyal positif bahwa kegiatan wisata akan kembali bangkit dan menggeliat. Mari kita saling menjaga dan mendisiplinkan diri dalam menerapkan protokol kesehatan bagi setiap wisatawan dan pelaku industri pariwisata.
Jadikan era new normal sebagai awal mula meraih harapan baru. Menggerakkan kembali sektor pariwisata. Menyajikan kembali bakat pelaku seni luar biasa di Aceh dengan pegelaran seni budaya dan tradisi yang sangat beragam, adat istiadat yang khas, tarian-tarian yang berkelas dunia. Manjakan pula mata Anda dengan menyaksikan pesona alam bawah laut di Aceh. Panorama pegunungan dan danau yang sangat indah. Serta keelokan ekowisata endemik yang tak banyak dimiliki oleh belahan dunia yang lain. Dan tentu saja atraksi yang luar biasa dan melengkapi decak kagum. Atau sensasi rempah khas Aceh yang membalur makanan khas tradisional nan nikmat yang akan menggoyang lidah Anda.
Meskipun pandemi global COVID-19 belum berakhir, namun saat ini kita seluruh rakyat Aceh sedang bersiap untuk melaksanakan tatanan kehidupan baru. Berbagai aspek kehidupan akan kita jalani dengan disertai penerapan protokol pencegahan penularan COVID-19 dengan sangat konsisten dan dengan disiplin. Mari kita tingkatkan kinerja dan produktivitas dengan tetap waspada. Jaga jarak, cuci tangan, dan selalu menggunakan masker, serta selalu berdoa kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala.
Mari jadikan era new normal sebagai momen membangkitkan kembali pariwisata kita. Sembari terus menerapkan protokol kesehatan dan mengawasi proses tersebut bersama-sama. Jadikan new normal untuk menikmati pesona alam domestik bersama-sama orang-orang terdekat. Ada banyak spot di Aceh yang dapat dinikmati dengan tetap menjarakkan diri dari ancaman pandemi. Aceh bersiap menanti kedatangan Anda kembali. Like, love, and share Aceh. The Light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum. Lun sambut jame yang katruh nedegan. Lun pemulihan. kapo dengan digle tiga pade habe gunja bele ka grup hai bo hate hantu hate dalam dada aku meko hana pade sayang pade sini bai hana bele ka grup hai bo hate hantu hate dalam dada kata kapo dengan digle tiga pade habe gunja bele ka grup hai bo hate hantu hate dalam dada. Bungong hai sudah bungong hai kena tamong naja pariksa. Bungong hai sudah bungong kena tamong naja pariksa. Alah sayangnya bungong lenton bungong kembe bungong mangat besi bungong jempa. Yo bungong lenton bungong laye bungong mangat be bungong dahlia. Bungong hai sudah bungong alah kena tamong naja pariksa. Bungong hai sudah bungong alah kena tamong naja pariksa. Yo bungong lenton bungong kembe bungong mangat besi bungong jempa. Yo bungong lenton bungong laye bungong mangat be bungong dahlia. Amin Allah Summa amin. Urang mumin galake-lake doa berkat rahmat Allah yang beri nang ro Aceh makmu senia. Amin Allah berkat rahmat Allah yang beri nang ro Aceh makmu senia. Lale lale gutanyo lale ana jantate umuka tuha putih di janggut kuning kuning ngon mise antum ta jumbe di kamu salah putih di janggut kuning ngon mise antum ta jumbe di kamu salah antum ta jumbe di kamu salah antum ta jumbe di kamu salah. Putih di janggut kuning mana mise antum tak cuma di kamu salah antum tak cuma di kamu salah antum tak cuma di kamu salah. Lale 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 lambura hai burak menari lam atuh ruhung gunung lamba cabeng bungong hai baca bungong lam ane le kuah lambura menari lam atuh ruhung gunung lam baca bungong sulit ke pangkai alamu debek nak sulit beramanah dipercaya kanjai ke laba sulit ke pangkai alamu debek nak sulit beramanah dipercaya panjai ke laba bagu-bagu rahayu maha ehala bagu-bagu rahayu maha uhele lambu kerlek sayang hai sayang ke tapak payung lama ujung kampung hai kampung ke Pulau Jawa lam hajat di hati sedola kata dengan lun hai mebulam dalung hai dalung tak bagi dua hum lele hala bagura hum lele hala bagura hum lele hala ya Allah tiwa ponang roh besar langkah bersatu tegak. Nangro Aceh mertua, belega dalam dawa. Saja besar langkah bersatu tegak. Nangro Aceh mertua. Nangro Aceh mertua. Uro-uro kadiloho indah mirah tembaga. Darajat tajawo meseput malam kateka. Kampung ka seput malam kateka. Hai kampung ka seput malam kateka. Uro-uro kadiloho.
Huruf bismillah yan Allah si kami mulai
Oh iya si kanya hanya Allah kanya Allah la ilaha Allah la asy Allahu Allahu asy Allahu
tadi muasabat
lahirakan tabi dengan ino mama hamai no rata aho aho
Empat ekor jajarun jagar turun rumsa sampai manis ekor bersih tak begini lama. Tak begini lama. Tiga tahun. Sayang hijau, hijau, sayang hijau, hijau. Horog hijau, hajuar, horog hijau, hajuar. Meraka kau tukar, meraka kau tukar. Orang sedih, hariyo, orang sedih, hariyo. Tajo Surabaya kami, Surabaya kami. Heta jorong kupi turah tarin kamu turah tarin. Tiayo, honayo, ayasi, ayo, lejami maharango, asimu kupate. Tanya, hamara tanya, Allahu, Allahu. Hepane dengan menolong. Muringan hamdok di sambe, panera dengan muloe, ngamame hamdok di tangke. Dia kenara ya. Assalamualaikum payo ela gamalon dilalon lalon tamang ai curbangalon tamo lam suintan bulu dilagam ke dilake jame hai ke jame tukala raja dilagam sa Dila salam ka Salam ka mobri doda idi lambe gadana Di lambe gadana Hai begadana sambut Halam lambut lam karana Karena salam kita mulam nalam nabi kun sunat hanya Allah mulia mulia waris bila waranupka memberi hadada idi dalam begadna hai begadna sambut jalan malam berlama karena salam kita mulam na Assalamualaikum langsung Assalamualaikum dan payo lan tamo kemat lon mubri salam ke kaum hai kaum lingka karena salam sunnah nabi Karena salam sunat Nabi kenalkan sunat kemarin lama jarota halanta Muhammad asara mula lamu lia mulia warel waranu mulia wane rano malamnya dalam puan kemana lamu mulia rakan mamesu lasu warang bahagia ya rano kamu beri pajo lamaran Mekah halala kamu beri beyo halana pajo ke malam halaka halala kamu racun langon tuba bintara baharat hijau mencahaya lampu cokrung lakrung dari Sabah gunung tempat putra pangmano meopa dari Aceh nyosampo Medan kami carakan bersaudara lama dari ala Aceh nyosampo ula umedan lama kami carakan bersaudara sahabat ketanyo nama adatmu. Di belakang selangan sayang, di belakang dalam do nya sarot je sarot nyan bunga kemang hai do haja kena jalon do jala di.
Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home, that makes you curious for more adventure. Start your journey. Travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you have never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light of Aceh, wonderful Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. For the next sessions, it will be a keynote sessions by Professor Dr. Azrul Azian Hamzah from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and that will be moderated by Mrs. Vivi Mardiana. She is graduated from Department Biology of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Science, Shah Kuala University, and for her master degree, she was graduated from International Islamic University Malaysia, Department of Biotechnology Engineering, Faculty of Engineering. And now she is a lecturer of Faculty of Engineering at Department of Biology, Universitas Samudra. And please welcome Mrs. Vivi Mardiana, and the screen is yours.
Thank you for the Mrs. Marina. I'm Vivi Mardiana. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the presentation in session 4, and in order to avoid any disturbances during the presentation, I would like to ask you to mute off your microphone. Thank you. The Honorable keynote speaker, guest, lecturer, fellow student, brother and sister, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to the session 4 of the Second International Conference on Science, Technology, and Modern Society. In this session, we are pleased to welcome Professor Dr. Azrul Azlan Hamzah, a very special guest from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Dr. Azrul Azlan Hamzah is a professor of micro nano electromechanical system in the Institute of Microengineering and Nanoelectronic, UKM. He received his bachelor degree from the University of California, USA in 2000, and complete his PhD from University Kebangsaan Malaysia in 2008 with the specialty in microelectromechanical system. He led many projects funded by MOSTI and MOHE in development of MEMS and BioMEMS device. Besides, he has published more than 150 international and technical papers. Currently, he is auditor and committee members for Malaysia Nanotechnology Association and also senior members of Electron Device Society of IEEE Malaysia section. Ladies and gentlemen, in this afternoon, Professor Dr. Azrul Azlan Hamzah will share with us about his expert in the nanotechnology device. Please give your attention for a great knowledge from Professor Dr. Azrul Azlan Hamzah. Professor Dr. Azrul Azlan Hamzah, the screen now is yours. Hello, Prof.
Yeah, can you hear me? Good afternoon. Macam mana? Ditukar ke tu? Can you see the screen? It's okay? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. and very good afternoon to all of you. I hope you can see the slide screen, right? The presentation screen. Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank all of you, thank the conference organizer, Icstms, and for inviting me to give a short talk on this conference. And also, I would like to thank University Samudra and team in University Samudra for giving me the opportunity to deliver a short talk and talk about what we do here in IMAN and UKM. So basically, UKM and our counterparts in Indonesia has been working, I think, over the last more than 15 years on various fields. Especially, we work with LIPI, as well as UI, and also a few universities in Sumatra, and so on. So we hope that our collaboration will continue over the years to come. Okay, let me just give a short overview of what I'm gonna talk about today, and hopefully we can all see the screen and share. I'll try to share as much as possible through this video conferencing, because we are now over here in Malaysia. We are in PKP. We call it PKP, limited movement order. Whether in Indonesia also have the same thing right now, but we hope this thing gonna finish soon. So that's why we have this conference and so on, to find a probable solution on how we can solve all this kind of problem, right? Yeah, without further ado, let me start my talk. I'll give a short talk on bioparticle manipulation and filtration in wearable and implantable device. And I'm from Institute Kejuruteraan Micro and Nanoelektronik, IMAN, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And for those of you that has been to Malaysia, dia punya slide tak mau gerak macam mana? I'm sorry, just a little glitch. Okay. Okay. This is our institute, IMAN, in UKM Bangi. And we are located in this building, the whole 6-story building. And our research team, our main research team is microengineering and nanoelectronics. So we have a few groups in IMAN, 5 groups in IMAN, focusing on various fields in microengineering and nanoelectronics. So first we have MEMS and NEMS group, and also nanoelectronics, and then we have organic, hybrid and flexible and printed electronic group, and we have nanophotonics and quantum electronic group. We have microelectronic and semiconductor packaging group, and also we have micro and nano system group. All of us are working mostly in all areas of microengineering and nanoelectronics. So one of the focus that we are working on is on biomedical and biomems. So we've been working with biomedical and biomems for the past, I think, almost 10 years, starting 2010. And we made some progress since then. And we're still studying many things, and we're still trying to get our research out and our product out and so on. So one of the field that we're working on is artificial kidney. So kidney failure, as we all know, is a big problem worldwide. With in Malaysia, we have around 40,000 patients that depends on dialysis, and worldwide there's over 2 million patients that depends on dialysis. So when we first involved in this area, we want to solve this problem, and then now we go into sensor and medical sensing, disease sensing, and so on. So in hemodialysis, as you can see, usually the problem is the patient are unable to move because the patient is tied to their treatment 3 times a week, 4 times each treatment. So if we can have a device that is wearable and portable, this would help the patient a lot. And in terms of patient moving, going to work, doing daily activities, and ultimately, for us, many of the patient wants to go to Umrah and Hajj, right? So if we can tackle this problem, they will be very beneficial to many people. So that's the motivation that we start working on the biomems and artificial kidney. So actually, we are now at the stage of commercialization, and we're working with the Ministry of Higher Education and also Ministry of Science and Technology Malaysia. So I'm sorry, I can't really show the actual device that we have right now, but these are just some very initial prototype that we had last time. This is the first version actually of the APD. This is actually for peritoneal dialysis. And then the second version is much simpler, much smaller, so you can carry it in a case and carry it around during the peritoneal dialysis process. And as you can imagine, the device itself is packed with several sensors and actuators that sense data through IoT and internet to monitor the well-being of the patient while doing the treatment. Then we move to the third prototype. The sensors become smaller, the pump device becomes smaller, and the big part here is actually the water, the dialysate water that is used in peritoneal dialysis. And we are now at prototype 4, and prototype 4 is actually the prototype that we want to commercialize. Hopefully, we'll have it soon in hospitals. So I can tell you that the pump rate is about 90 to 120 milliliter per minute, which is a little bit slower than the regular APD pumping and pump out rate because we want to do the treatment over the 24 hours, right? Not the 3-4 hours only. And pump out is about 120 milliliter per minute. Dwell in is about 1 hour, and dwell out is regular 3-4 hours dwell in for PAPD and 1 hour for tidal PAPD. And we use this 1.5 liter fluid, 1.5 to 2 liter fluid. So these are the motivation that we work on the sensors and actuators and also bioparticle manipulation fundamentals that we have here in IMED, because we want to implement it into our artificial kidney basically. Okay, so having said that, we would have to overcome and we would face a problem of how to handle particles and bioparticles, including blood, in the biomedical device. So the most important thing for any filtration system or any artificial kidney is actually the filtration mechanism. So you have the filter, and but the biggest problem with the filter is usually clogging, as we all know, right? After a while, the filter clogs. It's very hard to imitate what God give us, a filter that doesn't clog for 80 years, right? That's our kidney. And usually, if we make a man-made filter, you have to change the filter quite often, and this usually make the device or the method less favorable because you have to keep changing the filter, and sometimes it's not very optimal, and also sometimes it filters out good components in your blood. For example, it filters out some of your hormones and so on, and many of the dialysis patients have to replenish the hormone by injection and so on. So if we can minimize this problem, that would be really a breakthrough in filtration engineering for biomedical filtration. So we look into the problem and we see that many times the problem arises from the clogging of the blood itself on the filter. Right, because this is just the natural tendency of the blood. If the blood encounters particles that are not compatible or that is alien to them, automatically the blood will clot. All right, so we add heparin to the patient so that the blood won't clot when it encounters the dialyzer, which the material is polysulfone, right? So we coat our membrane with biocompatible materials usually, and still we face this clogging problem. So how do we go about solving this clogging problem? So one of the way is we can imitate what our kidney actually does in filtering the particle. So what the kidney does, actually the kidney separates the particle according to size and also according to function. So the kidney knows which particle to move aside, which particle to filter, and so on. All right. So how does our kidney do that? Our kidney do that using electrical current, actually, electrical pull. And it's not per se is the using frequency, but some current is involved in pulling and pushing the bioparticles to or away from the system, the areas that we want to filter, or the areas that we don't want the particle to go to. So if we can imitate this, then we'll have a good solution in order to manage the clogging problem and also to manage the particle manipulation problem. So one way that we can do this is using DEP, the electrophoresis. So as we all know, DEP is just a control of a movement of particle in a non-uniform electric fields. So it depends on the particle size, property, shape, frequency, and the electrical frequency of the electric fields. All right. So we can manipulate this concept and we can have either positive DEP or negative DEP, as you can see in the figure, right? In terms of positive DEP, during positive DEP, the particle is attracted to the electrode, for example, and in the uniform where CMF equal to 0, where you have positive and negative is indifferent, you have the particle uniform throughout the area. And in negative DEP, you can see the particle is pushed away from the electrode. So immediately you can see that you can control the movement of the particle just by controlling electric field within the area of your sensors or filters and so on. All right, so you just control the frequency and you can control the particle according to the size and so on. Okay, so how can you use DEP for the bioparticle? So we proved that, and from we know that DEP would react to bioparticles and many of the proteins and blood components in our body. But exactly what kind of particles does DEP respond to? So DEP responds to protein, and DEP responds to blood cells, DEP responds to yeast cells, cancer cells, and of course stem cells. So you can actually separate cancer cells in the blood using DEP, but maybe the process is quite complex and not too practical to do for now. But in theory, you can separate cancer cells from within the blood if it's in the blood using DEP. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to have a filter that has an anti-clogging property that can minimize the probability of your filter being clogged with red blood cell or white blood cells, with the cells basically mostly, and filter out the proteins or the materials that you don't want, the toxin from the body. So over here, one of the design that we play with in the yellow area is actually the nanoporous silicon membrane, where you have silicon wafers and imprinted nanoporous holes on it. And the size of the holes is approximately 100 nanometers. So if your cells clog within the membrane area, it will clog the filters. You want to filter out specific proteins and specific toxin to remove from the body, right? So what we want to do is we want to have our blood to flow in this direction, for example, and you want it to be away from the yellow area, and you want the proteins to pass through the yellow area, and the one that we don't want get filtered out. Okay, so that's basically the concept, right? And you have electrode left and right, so the electrode will manipulate the movement of the bioparticles. All right. Okay. So this is the design that we play around with. So you have many, in fact, you have many filters in the electrodes area. You see the black dots there. The small dots here are all the filters. That's about 1 mm by 1 mm filters, right? Even some of them we play with 200 micron by 200 micron, and we have array of filters. And we also have array of castellated straight electrode, comb-shaped electrode, left and right, left and right. So this electrode will manipulate the movement of the electrode, the movement of the bioparticle, the movement of the particle that we want to control. All right. Okay. So the filter is built on using our regular CMOS process, where it's built on silicon substrate pacified with silicon nitride, and there's two bond pads, metal bond pads built on the silicon nitride. Silicon nitride become the non-conducting layers, and we have the silicon membranes in the middle to pass our toxins and bioparticle through the membrane. Okay, little zoom on the straight electrode. So we play around with, as you notice, the membrane is here in the middle. The squares, all the squares are the membrane, right? If you have a straight electrode, left and right, then you might not be able to really control the movement through here because it's quite far away. So we could have straight electrode, and we could also have castellated electrode like this one. So the electrode shape is a little bit castellated. So you have better control of the area that you want to manipulate here. And then let's see which one performs better in terms of current distribution and electric field distribution and so on. So for straight electrode, as you can see, the high electric field concentration is concentrated at the corner of the membrane only, which is not good. You want a more uniform distribution of the current over the membrane. And for the castellated electrode, as you can see, is kind of distributed. I'll show you later. Okay, here you can see that the surface electric field for the one on the left is more like spiking up, but it's not too even. But for the one on the right, for the castellated one, the surface electric field is more distributed throughout the whole area of the filter, right? This is what we want. So we go with castellated electrode. So this is the final device that we have. Over here, the small squares are the membrane. The purple one are the silicon nitride, become the insulating layer so that it doesn't short between left and right. and the white area is actually electrode. It goes positive, negative, and so on. It's castellated electrode. So this is the picture of the device. So you have ground here and positive here, so you can manipulate the device. I'll show you how we manipulate the device later on. Okay, so this is on the surface of the nanoporous membrane. So basically, this is just what this black and white square is showing. We zoom into that and we see this. All our pore is approximately less than 100 nanometers. So we want to filter out some of the protein that's between, let's say, 0 to 100 nanometers for the purpose of illustration, right? And we perform regular KOH CMOS process on the back of the membrane, and we perform ECE on the top of the membrane, and we have completed our filtration silicon nanoporous membrane. And then we have to build the electrode on left and right of the membrane as we showed before. So
Sorry,
in terms
Prof,
of
we have my
okay,
minutes more time.
okay, sure. Okay, in terms of setup, we have this microscope setup, and we put our sample on top, and we connect to the current, right, to control the DEP. As you can see that the red blood cell here using positive DEP, all is collected on top, and it clears the path area. In PDEP equal to NDEP, no difference. Negative DEP, everything is collected in the middle, right? This is red blood cells. And we can explain this on the curve. Interestingly, you can see that for healthy and anemic patient, the curve is different, the curve is shifted. So you can actually separate healthy and anemic cells using this method, because the frequency is different. Okay, in terms of performance comparison, red blood cell lingering around the membrane area, but using castellated electrode, the separation is much better, right? It's more uniformly controlled, so that's why we use castellated electrode. So this membrane area is clear, so that you can get filtration for your proteins and so on. So this is performance of the filtration at various frequency. This is negative DEP, and on the left is positive DEP. This is what we want, and this is what we manipulate later on. And this is the setup. This is without DEP. We didn't connect the electrode yet. So we have our samples and diluted with sodium chloride solution, and also we have the filtered plasma diluted with sodium chloride solution. This is the resulting after filtration, right? So the cells doesn't go through. Okay, let me show you some results. So we have albumin mixed with engineering particle, and the orange area is the pores. After filtration, you only have albumin because it's smaller, right? The engineered particle got filtered up. And also, what happened if you try albumin, and also because albumin tend to tangle with each other, right? And engineering particle, same result that we get, that you filter out the engineering particles and you manage to filter only albumin. Same thing if we have some crystalline sodium chloride in the solution, you remove the engineering particle and you only leave with crystalline NaCl and albumin. And okay, this is what we want to do actually. Between 1,000 to 10,000 is the cells. So we want the cells not to be filtered out through our filter, right? So before filtration, after filtration, this is the blood plasma content on the right. So your cells is not filtered out through the membrane. Okay, this is a comparison of the concentration of albumin before and after we turn on the DEP. So for example, you have the concentration of albumin, ADH, and also other plasma component here before filtration. After filtration, of course, you have a lower concentration of albumin that pass through. Some doesn't pass through, of course, because our kidney also the same. Not everything pass through the first time, right? So some doesn't pass through and some pass through. But then the important thing is the concentration increases after we turn on DEP. That means that the path is clearer for the albumin to pass through when we remove the blood using the blood cells using DEP. Same with protein and also blood samples. So the percentage also increase after we turn on DEP. So we can get a less clogging filter by using DEP. Okay, maybe finally I'll show you a video because I think I'm running out of time already. I think I used up my half an hour already. Okay, so let me show you a video how the video doesn't play. One more time. Okay. So that's when we turn the positive DP. So you can see the blood cells kind of move towards the electrode, right? So it clears up the filter areas so that we can use the area for filtration of proteins and so on without the clogging effect of red blood cell. Let me try to focus the video. Okay, there you go. Okay, you can see a healthy red blood cell and some anemic red blood cell here. It's kind of squish a little bit, and the flow movement is from bottom to top.
Yes.
And this is what we want. We want the cells to move sideways on the side of the filter, and we want the filter this area to be cleared. From the cells, and we can perform filtration of plasma and toxins here more efficiently. Okay, I think I pause here. Okay, I think that's all of my presentation. I'm sorry if I'm going a little faster. I'm trying to catch up with the time, and I'm happy to answer any question that you guys have.
Okay, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for Professor Azrul Azlan for your interesting and very informative talk. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. Okay, I see the question in the chart. This question, Prof. My name is Devi. I have one question. Can the system migrate polar material?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Can the system migrate polar material?
Okay. So basically, the way DEP captures material is using of course, the dielectric properties of the materials, right? So every material has different dielectric properties. So the dielectric property will change with firstly with size, secondly with shape, and thirdly with the component of the material itself, what it's made of. As long as dielectric property is present for any material, we can manipulate it using DEP. Yes.
Okay. I want to ask about the means this device can be used for the dysfunction kidney of patient, like that, Prof.
Okay. Sorry, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
The device can be used for the dysfunction kidney for the patient of dysfunction kidney?
Yes. Okay, thank you. I think I get the question already. So the motivation of our work is actually, yes, to build artificial kidney, right? And we want to overcome the problem of clogging in regular membrane filter. Even the regular dialyzer, polysulfone dialyzer also suffers clogging, right? That's why we have to remove the filter every time after a few usage. And also the patient has, more importantly, the patient has to be replenished with hormones after the treatment. This is because the filter cannot recognize whether it's a hormone or toxin. To the filter is a passive filter, right? So to the filter is the same. But in fact, in our kidney, the filtration is performed in area between the cells. So the cell actually can control. They can pull which one they want to throw away, and also they can repel which one they want to keep. So how the cell differentiate this is by the properties of the component itself. So the way we imitate this is by DEP, where we can know which component is which, and then we can repel or pull. So we can control the frequency to remove certain toxin from the body, hopefully by controlling the frequency of the DEP of the device itself. And not only for kidney application, right now we are using it for COVID detection, for example. Now COVID is a very popular topic, right? So we can differentiate between different kind of bacteria using DEP as well. We set to certain frequency that's specific to certain bacteria, then we can pull that bacteria and let others pass. Or if there's escape, for example, there's 6 different bacteria in escape, right? 6 different pathogen. So we can set 6 different frequencies just to remove escape pathogen using DEP. So it can be used for many applications.
Okay, very interesting. If we can use for the disperse between the pathogen,
Yes.
bacteria, fungus,
Yes,
maybe the
yes.
application for the latter become a
Yes,
great.
yes. Actually, we tried with pathogen already. We tried with escape pathogens, and we managed to successfully differentiate and remove all the escape pathogen. Hopefully, we can expand our applications.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, the time is 2008. Maybe the audience want to ask the question face to face. You can say your name. For the participant, please. Prof,
Yeah.
have you come to the Aceh?
Oh, yeah. Well, we should have come if there's no restriction, right? I would love to come, and also I'm very much welcome all of you to come to UKM once this pandemic is over, hopefully, and we can talk some more and hopefully have further collaboration in terms of research, and hopefully you know a little bit what we do. And I mean the talk is much longer, right? But I hope I give some example and some gist of what we do here in IMAN. And if you feel that any of you have the slightest interest that you think is aligned with what our research do, yes, feel free to contact us. And I think hopefully the secretariat can give my contact number and my email address, and we can talk some more, and hopefully we'll have a good discussion.
Yes. I think the participant will be delivered the question maybe via the email.
Yeah, sure. I'm very glad to answer any question, and hopefully, I'm very glad to hear what you guys are working on as well.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen, because the time is due. Now we come
Okay,
to
thank
the
you.
end of the session 4, and we say thanks a lot to the Professor Azrul Azlan Hamza, and this is Prof. We have the plaque.
Okay.
Yes, this one.
Okay.
Cendramata, Prof.
Ya, itu kena
Inshallah, we will
di.
send to the Kuala Lumpur.
Ya, okay. Kalau datang sekali ke Kuala Lumpur, datang ke Aiman.
Inshallah, Prof. Because
Okay.
I heard many research in the UKM.
Yeah. Hopefully, yes. Hopefully, we can get to know each other better.
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Thank you very much to the conference, and thank you. I thank you very much, University Samudra and the conference committee for having me. Feel free to contact us and feel free to come if you're over here. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. The last one, hopefully, this presentation will be beneficial for everybody. And please give your great applause for Professor Dr. Azrul Hamza. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, all audience.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to us again. Our next keynote session will be delivered by Professor Insinyur Ahmad Junaidi, MURP, PhD from Universitas Gajah Mada. Bapak Profesor will be moderated by Ibu Nova Purnamalisa, STMSC. Ibu Nova Purnamalisa has graduated from Department of Architecture, University of Shah Kuala for her undergraduate, and for her master degree, she was graduated from Department of Architecture and Planning at Universitas Gajah Mada. Her research interests are in urban planning and architectural. So please welcome Ms. Nova Purnamalisa, STMSC.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum Prof. Ahmad Junaidi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for today to join with us in the International Conference on Science, Technology, and Modern Society. Okay, hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen, with me Nova as your moderator for this live keynote speaker session. Thanks to all participants until now join with us in the international conference. Okay, first of all, we would like to thank to all participants for joining us at the International Conference of Science, Technology, and Modern Society. Your participation and sharing will thoroughly enrich our knowledge and thought in the theme we have today. Okay, next I would like to introduce our keynote speaker to our Prof. Ahmad Junaidi from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Before he started, I will give you a short introduction of our honorable guest. Okay, Professor Ahmad Junaidi. He is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Engineering, Department Architecture and Planning, University of Gadjah Mada. Completed his undergraduate education at the Department of Architecture in Gadjah Mada in 1970 and has been lecturer at UGM until now. Since January 1982, he took his master degree and his PhD at Texas A&M University, USA, and in May 1960. Currently, he is very active in assisting partnership in smart city and smart government planning program in several provincial and cities. Well, I think you cannot wait too longer to listen to our keynote speaker. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bapak Profesor Ahmad Junaidi. Time is your, please, Prof.
Thank you, thank you, Mrs. Nova, the moderator. First of all, I would like to thanks to the University of Samudra, the Universitas Samudra, for inviting me to talk in this international seminar. Dear all participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to present my I don't see any button to present. Is there any button to I can present my file? What should I click? Oh, share screen. Okay. Yeah. Okay. When the seminar committee asked me to talk about the relationship between slum area and smart city, I think it's a very difficult problem because most of the literature in the world came from the developed countries, and we cannot find any slum area project related to smart city in developed countries. But I can find some of the project, slum area project in like India and other developing countries. So I think the topic, the slum area problem solving in using smart city approach, is very appropriate for Indonesia. I understand that we cannot solve the problem, the slum area problem, only based on urban planning and development. Because we may employ smart city approach, combine together physical and digital problem solving. So first of all, I will talk about slum areas, then in short, how urban planning and development solve the problem, and then the focus is in the smart city approach employed to solve the slum areas problem. I think we all understand what the slum areas, and we saw every day in our cities in Indonesia, like in this picture. Usually in the river banks, and like in the metropolitan Jakarta, Jogja, Bandung, and so on. A lot of poor people resides in the in, uh, in the river bank of in the big city. So okay, what is slum area? Yeah. The word slum, I picked up from one of the literature. The word slum has mainly been used to describe people living under substandard condition and squalor. For example, uh, cities aliens describe slum as neglected part of cities, where housing and living conditions are appealingly poor. We are all poor people. And in Indonesia, we have several types, like uh, one in like Banjarmasin in Kalimantan. Most of all is in the river bank. Okay, let's see how the urban planning and development solving slum areas problem. At least there are three major programs to solve the problem. One in the first is restoration, repair or rebuilding of age infrastructure, old age infrastructure, facilities and utilities, so that they can function optimally. Just restoration of infrastructure, facilities, and utilities. Or redevelopment, comprehensive restructuring, the whole restructuring, including the construction of new infrastructure, facilities, and public utilities. So we build from scratch. Or relocation or resettlement. Carry out relocation or displacement to somewhere else. Sometimes this resettlement creates conflict, social conflict in the city. So it's a very rare in Indonesia. We relocate slum areas. And going to smart city, what is a smart city? In the literature, there are so many definitions about what is a smart city. So we can say from technological aspect, uh, most of the definition is from technological aspect. Then beside that, there are some like people aspect or resident aspect, and then also from community aspect. So from technological, social, and institutional combined together become many definition of smart city. I just pick up one of them, the short one, because some of the definition is very long. Uh, from NAM and Pardo, smart city is ICT enabled public sector innovation made in urban setting. From my opinion, it's not always ICT enabled. The focus, the emphasis is innovation, innovation made in urban setting, and it supports long-standing practice for improving the operational and managerial efficiency and the quality of life by building on advanced in ICTs and infrastructure. So basically, the innovation of smart city uh, should make our life easier or more convenient, yeah, in the urban setting, and more uh, wealthy, wealthier, and more productive, effective, efficient. It's not always based on ICT, but the ICT has uh, benefits to support to enable innovation become more effective. So some of Indonesian area they don't have any ICT, no digital infrastructure, but they may become smart city. But if they build ICT infrastructure, then probably uh, they may grow faster in smart city. Okay, there are a lot of smart city framework in the literature, and in in the early time in around 2007 or something, Kissinger in Europe, uh, Kissinger and his friend uh, explained that the smart city uh, that basically cover all aspect of our urban life, all aspect of urban life, uh, categorize the smart city become six dimension: smart economy, smart people, smart governance, smart mobility, smart environment, and smart living. In Indonesia, we have our own framework. We change the smart mobility become smart branding. In Jogja, in Yogyakarta city, my city is the framework is also different. I think every city may have its own smart city framework, but we may use this to cover all aspects of our urban life. Okay, I could say that a smart city is different uh, comparing to e-government. E-government done by the government to give public service, but uh, smart city based on collaborative effort between government and private and also communities as well as with like other parties like electronic media or probably investor, all stakeholders in the city. So smart city based on collaboration, but government is only done by government to give service to its residents. In smart cities, we usually use sensor technology, which built on what we call the Internet of Things (IoT). IoT is a very thin, very small, very tiny thing that we may put IoT in everywhere, in the TV set, in a car, in CCTV, and everywhere. So sensor, the a city, a government, a local government may put sensor everywhere, like a CCTV or pollution, air pollution sensor, probably sensor to count traffic volume, and so on. Uh, sensor is to capture real-time data. Yeah. Data, the very big, very so many type of data, and also usually the government and other parties develop what we call application, smart city application. Yeah. We usually using smartphone to operate the application. Let's I will discuss the application and sensor to explain how smart city works. So there are three stages. Smart city works. First, sensing, understanding, and acting. Sensing is to collect data in fast mode, using sensor like CCTV, like air pollution sensor, traffic sensor, water pollution sensor, even gunshot sensor and something, and application, usually mobile application. Using we distribute sensor everywhere in the city, and the government and other parties develop application, and everybody use the application to to interconnect with government or other business. So sensor collect a huge of data, big data, real-time data. Collect data in like every second. So the data collection happens in 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. So much data, and fortunately we have technology what we call city analytics or big data analytics. Hardware and software that proceed and analyze big data very fast to to have to get understanding what's the problem in the city. So understand the problem very fast using big data analytics. Then based on the understanding, then we may act automatically or manually, act rapidly. We may adjust the action may automatically or manually. That's how smart city works in general. And apply we may apply the concept of smart city to like energy management, parking management, urban mobility, waste management, water management, e-government, citizen services, and so on. A lot of things in urban life, we may employ a smart city concept, including we will talk about slum areas later. Then in smart city development, there are three approaches to area based. We talk about we will talk about slum area, that area based development. There are three approaches. First, retrofitting. The second, redevelopment, and the third, greenfield. And the first two apply to existing areas, transforming existing areas, including slums, into better planned ones, thereby improving livability of the whole city. So that the purpose of smart city to improve livability of our city. And greenfield is for new areas. So we will not talk about greenfield anymore. We will talk about the existing areas, focusing on slum. What is retrofitting? Retrofitting is one of the strategic components which, when will be introduced planning in an existing built-up area, will help us to achieve several objectives for smart city, like making the existing area more efficient and livable along with others. So we apply planning based on smart city to an existing built-up area, or redevelopment. Redevelopment causes the tremendous development in infrastructure by using the mixed land use pattern and also increasing the density at the same time. Mixed land use is done by preparing new layout for the area. So in redevelopment, we just clean up the area from slum. Then we build from scratch with mixed land use, preparing new layout for the smart city. And I think it's, we rarely find this such case in Indonesia. Probably only very few. Several years ago, in the TV, we saw like advertising about Meikarta city. This probably redevelopment of or greenfield or redevelopment. So in Indonesia, probably the most appropriate, the most frequent strategy that we will apply is retrofitting for slum areas in Indonesia. Let's see. There's another knowledge about smart city. Smart city need data to convert data, to transform data, real-time data to intelligent. Collect data, a lot of data, big data, proceed or integration, and create intelligent or understanding. Then we may have inclusion, inclusive city, efficient city, with so many innovation. So data is has a lot of power to create a smart city. Okay, let's see again the combination of urban planning and development and smart city approach. We combine these two things to solve slum area problems. Urban planning development basically solve physical or spatial and social problem. Physical and spatial. Physical, spatial, and social. Probably economic. And smart city create urban innovation in all aspect of the city, including physical or non-physical. So innovation can be any aspect, can any part of our life. Innovation. Okay, let's see. That's if we have a physical or environmental solution, such as for to solve building in some areas, some very substandard buildings, probably bad roads, and as not appropriate utilities, substandard utilities, and we may build good facilities like street light and so on in slum areas. So first of all, if we need to solve slum area problems, we need to have a physical and environmental solution.
Excuse
and
me,
then,
Prof. We have 5 minutes
okay.
for attention.
Thank you. And the second, we need to solve social and economic problem. Then we introduce ICT, smart city. Okay. Social is poverty alleviation, participation, collaboration, and for urban innovation like sensor, like application, green city, sustainable development. So for smart city, we may have like a CCTV to secure the kampung, and also we may build urban farming and using smart city. So we have urban smart farming, and for sustainable development, we may build solar energy on the roof. I think it's using subsidized from the government. Also waste management, recycle, and so on. This is one of the kampung that is already good in Makassar. Yeah, I think
Junaidi, for your valuable sharing today. We really enjoyed your interesting presentation. Hopefully we could have such valuable change in the near future, maybe on different time. Thank you so much, Prof. I hope you always keep healthy. We know you have the full schedule to assessment the project Smart City in the other provincial and cities. Now we have the Cendramata, Prof, from the committee, the international conference. Thank you so much for joining with us today, Prof. Finally, as moderator, I would like to apologize from any mistakes and for future information. Let's go back to our MC. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Back to us again. Thank you very much for all of the keynote speakers and the moderators for sharing the ideas and expertise with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our day one conference. But before we close our first day the conference, Mrs. Mary will deliver an announcement for you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Fadlia. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll meet again tomorrow at 8 a.m. and we'll start the day by listening to the presenters doing the presentations in 15 parallel sessions. And the Zoom main room will be opened at 8 a.m. in the morning, Western Indonesia time. And the Zoom link which is provided is the same as today. And for tomorrow, please rename your Zoom name by using the format ABS _ID _ the code number of your abstract and _name. For example, ABS _1 _ Marina. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And stay safe, stay healthy, follow the health protocols, and see you tomorrow. And now let us give a virtual applause to the keynote speakers, for the participants, and all the moderators. And have a great Wednesday.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.